Hello, everyone. Hi. No, okay. Hello. Welcome to the stream, whoever may be here. Well, mainly to people who watch these VODs in the future. Actually, because there's no one here right now. Hopefully people can funnel in or whatever. Although I'm just realizing that I'm behind in terms of uploading VODs to YouTube. But whatever, I'll do that. I'll get caught up on that at some point. And I was just laughing because every time pretty much most times I go to start my stream, when I think I'm like, okay, I'm like a few minutes away from being able to start the stream, then I start it on the screen that you were just seeing, the just stream starting soon screen. And it's like, okay, I just gotta do this thing, just gotta do this. And I just kept doing that. And I usually keep doing that where it's like, okay, now I can start. Wait, no, I need to do this thing. Now I can start. No, I need to do this thing. Like, oh, it didn't open up Streamlabs. Oh, it didn't open up, usually I just have like some instance either on my phone or on my computer muted, my stream running so I can make sure that it's working on the Twitch end and not like I can tell if something goes wrong and like suddenly I'm like not live or something like that. Also just getting like one extra viewer, that is myself. I haven't fully determined if me watching myself like on my phone, I don't know if that counts as a view or not. I'm pretty sure it does, but I swear there's sometimes where even though I have like my stream open, it says I have 0 viewers. So maybe it doesn't. So I'm not sure. But anyways, so we are back doing this stuff. Ideally, I would have liked to have started streaming earlier, but that didn't happen. If I had all the time in the world to stream, then I would be streaming all day, every day. Well, no, I don't know. But today specifically, I just had a bunch of other things I had to get done that when I got some school projects I have to get done, I can stream some of that stuff. But some things that could not be streamed. But that's all right. Now I am back and ready to do more lighting things, I guess. So where we left up, I have this habit. I'd like to maybe do it. To stop it or do it less, where me looking at this angle where I'm not looking in the camera, I'm just looking at myself in my OBS recording to see that I'm like, I don't know, in frame or whatever. And looking like this, I would be able to see chat below me. But I need to do more looking in the camera. I can't really mess with my setup. Like, I mean, it'd be great if I have the OBS thing be like basically on this side maybe, so I'm at least looking more in the general camera direction. I can't really do that. Nor can I move my camera to the other side. Mainly because this is my more blank wall, I guess. I prefer the more blank wall behind me, I guess. I did bump my camera earlier, so get one like this. Gotta get my Rubik's Cubes in view. Many that I have, most of which I don't even use. It's just for show. And my juggling balls, I guess. Why? Just because. And my whiteboard that I still haven't used on stream yet. Maybe I will someday. To like plan things or something. I don't know. I like having a whiteboard, I guess, but I don't use it too much. Yeah, okay. Anywho, hopefully I'm sounding good. Nothing going wrong. Hopefully so. So, where we left off, we are doing some cool lighting things that I think are quite coming along well so far. We're not done this yet, though. Although I'm quite happy with where we went, or the result that we're currently looking at compared to where we started. Now, recapping my plan of what I'm doing in the immediate right now, of where I'm going with this. So one, as the stream title thing suggests, I'm more so, I think today, more leaning in towards that like art style stuff. I don't know where it's going to go because there's things that I want to do with this that I don't know what I want to do. So it might be a lot of me floundering around and not getting any good results. We'll see. If that's the case, I might like jump back and forth between different things to just at least be making some kind of progress. We'll see. But in general, I'm trying to make my game look nicer. Ideally, I wanted to make 4 sort of environments to test our different lighting scenarios, I guess. I wanted an interior scene that is dimly lit. It can't be, based on our gameplay restrictions, it can't be so dark that you can't see like a horror game. Because given the context of the way the game is, I would like traversing the environment to not be, it can be a hazard in terms of having to jump, or it can be a problem in terms of, dodging hazards and jumping over platforms and all that. But I don't want it to be like that you can't see where you're going. If you're running into walls because you can't see where you're going, that's a problem for this game, I'm thinking. Lightning strikes, hello. Probably just add waifus. No, we're not doing that. Oh, for my arts. I was like, what does that have to do with what I was just saying? Yeah, no, that is not an art style. No thanks. I got myself. Are you sure that or Mr. Elfman? Are you sure he's not a waifu, or is it? I don't even know. Like, I didn't make this guy. I just downloaded a random human person, and then we got my person in here that our actual characters might be more this kind of modeling style at the very least. We can play around with like material stuff. Maybe we make it a more realistic skin texture, or give him an outline, or I don't know, stuff like that. I don't know where we're taking this, but finishing my list that I was saying that I only said the first thing of said list. Oh. Oops, the background here should be all pitch black. I forgot to undo that. So I want to make an interior scene that's dimly lit. This is was meant to be that one, but it's a bit too brightly lit for being dimly lit. I want a interior scene that's really well lit, so more than this, actually, like bright lights, I guess, maybe windows, lights shining in, or something like that. An exterior scene that's dark, and an exterior scene that's light. So those will probably be night and day, is what I imagine. Mixmo has a bunch of models to use. Could grab some zombies and ninjas chasing your avatar. Funny enough, when I was building this guy, I did test him in Mixmo a decent bit for animation. So I'm familiar with that. The lab coat does not work with Mixmo. But I don't think I'm going to give any of my actual characters for this game, give them a lab coat, because this was a pain to animate. Or more specifically, they could have a long coat thing. It's not going to... I don't want to do anything that's animated like this independently, because it was hard enough to do already, and even then, it's like, I had to do a lot of touching up in Blender. That would be a lot harder to then bring that stuff over to Unity. Just put bones and colliders on it. On the lab coat thing itself, if I wanted to do like, what's it called? Like, I'm about to say ragdoll physics. That's a completely different thing. Like cloth simulation stuff, I could attempt to do that sort of stuff. And initially, that's what I was going to try and do with this. But that eats up performance so much. And I don't have that much performance to waste necessarily. And I did do, when I made this in Blender, I did do some custom bone stuff. It didn't stop it from being a pain, though. We'll see. We'll see what happens when I go about actually making characters. Maybe I could have some cool stuff like that, but I don't know. Still got to design said characters. I could use things on Mixamo or whatever to come up with ideas for a character, and maybe I could use some Mixamo stuff for like placeholders, but best case scenario, I would quite like if I made the models for all the characters, because there's not going to be that many. Like, I've been playing around with all, like, having 10 AIs running around. For at least the demo thing that I'm submitting, it's realistically probably just going to be you and one guy you're chasing, just for this demo. Get that to be really nice and solid working. So I only need to make 2 models. And in a sense, one of them is the player, so you're not even really seeing that one too much. So that one doesn't even need to be that good. You're just looking at feet. And then the other one, we'll see. I mean, I could literally take this guy, give him a top hat and black clothing and funny mustache. Actually, that might be the direction we go with it. I just have the vision in my head of what I want at least one of the villain guys to look like. The purposely kind of goofy one, where it's like, yeah, all black clothes. Maybe not all black, but mostly black. Maybe have some more contrasting color stuff in there. But the like twirly mustache, like, mwahaha, I'm gonna rule the world. That kind of character. That's what I want to do for the guy you're chasing in this little demo, at least. And then beyond that, we might make more characters that we'll play around with other ideas. But in that kind of vein of, they don't all have to be goofy villains. There could be some that's more like actually intimidating. But that kind of like spy movie type villains, that's kind of what I would like to do. Although I had the idea of like the hardest difficulty one being like an actual robot, because he's all like perfect at I don't know, running away and all that, like perfect AI kind of thing. So make him an actual robot. Maybe that was an idea that I had. Or he could be like, I could play around with stuff where he sounds all intimidating, but then he like breaks out of that easily, where it's like he has like red eyes, like, I'm gonna destroy you, and then he like trips over something. I don't know. I mean, okay, again, grounding the ideas a little bit, there is a large difference between what I can think up and what I can actually make. We'll see. But I do have ideas of what it would be cool to make. The ultimate boss is a waifu that moves at double speed. 2 things. no, but also double speed would be a problem. Okay, I mean, I wonder if actually I could have someone that moves faster than you, but then you have to do other things to outsmart them. I can play around with that idea, but right now, I think right now the idea is that they move at the same speed. We'll see. So I can play around with. That would I'd have to do something to make it so that you can actually get away and you can actually catch up, like you having hazards and or like having like weapons or whatever that you can drop and all that. That is stuff I can play around with. So initially when I was first planning this, before I went really far into like having a lot of the potential of a lot of characters, meaning or I could modify things. My initial idea, let me just open up a notepad thing. That I'm having to tweak a lot. When this game was more smaller scale, there was going to be 3 levels. Level 1 was going to of you being the spy and like you having to get these things, some items or whatever from these villains here. Level 1 I thought was going to be you versus one guy, that it was like the top hat twirly mustache kind of villain. So you versus like one person, like twirly mustache villain, like a goofy kind of thing. Level 2 then, if I can type things. Level 2 is going to potentially be like versing 2 AIs. So I was thinking of doing something with like twin type people, because then I only have to design like 1 extra model and maybe make like some slight tweaks to it. You versus 2 people and maybe having them be like twins or something that look like identical, not completely identical necessarily, but like very similar to like twins. Something like I just also had the idea of them kind of like fighting with each other and you to like that allows more gameplay stuff of like the one person that is like the one person that's running away, both you and the other AI could be chasing them, and you're trying to get to them first. So it could be some gameplay stuff with that. And that works by having them kind of be fighting with each other. Like, no, I gotta have the thing that they're fighting over or whatever. And then level 3, I mean, I could either go, versus 3 people, just keep, going further. Or I could scale it back down. The initial idea was basically like one, just go back to one person, but one person that's like higher difficulty, that is a lot harder to beat. Or they actually behave differently when you're chasing them versus them chasing you. Like one idea I had was like a guy that would be more like maybe like really big and buff when he's chasing you, and then he touches you and then he's running away and then he like shrinks and like really small running away. Or something like that. Hard difficulty person. Maybe like robot or this guy could still be a robot, or like guy that like grows and shrinks or something like that. This was when I first a reverse scenario, King of the Hill, whoever's it longest wins. So the problem with that though, if you're it, there's no incentive for you to chase anyone. So what do? You just sit there and whoever's it longest wins. Like if you are, everyone chases you. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, yes, I do have the programming capabilities of doing it. That's where I was going with this. Is that this was my initial idea when I first basically in the earliest stages of me coming up with this game concept. But now this might change because now what this is going to turn into is I need something to make for a small demo that I want to specifically say this demo is only one scene. It's only like one level so that I can actually, finish it and have this be this thing that I say demo. Doesn't have to be like a releasable demo. I just mean like, what am I making for just the one level, the first level kind of thing to test all the ideas together. Not all the ideas. Like, so just you versus one person as one thing that I can say, bam, this is done, and I can show this to people and have it be playable. So like one level, 1v1 is what I think I'm going to do for that. And then I need whatever making for the real game, which could be more than 3 levels. I had one idea of doing it almost like a Fall Guys kind of thing, where actually Fall Guys is made in Unity, so that's a thing. With like all these different levels, all these different game modes, maybe something like that. And then I can go crazy. If I'm having more levels, I can go crazy with all the different things that you go to. So with that, like ideas that I came up with. So right now, my code supports when we gotten all the bugs figured out. I can have as many it characters as I want, and I can have as many not it characters as I want. Which means that I can have like one. Okay, it a bit hard for me to say like when I keep saying like it and not it to be clear to what I'm saying. So I'm going to change my lingo and say chasers and runners. If you're chasing, that's the you are it and you are chasing someone to become not it. If you are not it, you're running away, you're a runner. So one chaser versus like one runner, or like we can have many chasers versus one runner. We can have one chaser versus many runners. And also, well, I can combine these. Like there's many scenarios we can have here, and also just how many things we can have with this. Many chasers versus many runners. I also had the idea of doing like a team kind of thing, of almost like a team or team thing. Let's say you had like a red team and a blue team, where they kind of share their chasing and running status. Where like as soon as one person on the red team touches one person on the blue team, now like all of them, it switches for like all of them, who's a chaser and who's a runner. And that was an idea that I had. And then you could have multiple teams beyond that. Could also do a capture the flag. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, having the chasers and the runner actually have to deliver, like get the thing and deliver it to a location. I could do that. Yeah, interesting. There's a lot of different things that we can do to play around with this. Furthermore, I was already going to have like potentially like weapons. So, I mean, I put things in here. Or let me go. Hold on. I'm gonna try. Team v team, and this could be a thing where it's like 2-person team versus like 10-person team, or equal amounts, whatever. We could have like capture the flag. Also like something like a King of the Hill sort of idea, like you mentioned, where like being in a certain spot is like gets you points or something like that. I don't know how that would work, but I had another idea of like, so I'm already planning to put in maybe like weapons that the player can use to some degree. Like if you're running away, you can like drop a hazard to like slow people down. So doing something where I could remove the tag element entirely and have a game mode where it's just like, you gotta, hit the other person with your weapons and then like you lose health and then, last man standing wins. I could do that sort of stuff too. I could have army tag where you touch someone, they're it, and now you're also it, and then the amount of it people grows until there's only one person left. So let me go like army tag, or it could be more like a zombies kind of thing. However I implement it in game. Have you ever played Halo Oddball? Probably. I've played a lot of Halo multiplayer. I forget what game mode Oddball is specifically, but as soon as I Google it, I will probably be like, oh yeah, I recognize this. I know Griffball. Is that some other thing? Let me go. Hold on. Halo has to be part of that search. Multiplayer completed. Oh, Oddball. It is like Griffball, isn't it? Kind of. But it must hold the ball. Okay, everyone on your team must hold the ball for at least 30 seconds to win. An odd game with random weapons. Earn 2 minutes. Earn 2 minutes. Control time. Everyone on your team must hold the ball for at least 30 seconds to win. Interesting. So it is again like a ball, like you're passing back and forth. That's how I was planning to kind of incorporate, the actual tag thing, rather than like you just touching someone, you're it. Having something like the runners are actually like they have something in their possession, whatever that is, and the chasers are trying to get that thing. So when you tag someone, you literally like rip that thing out of your hands, and now you're running away. So this kind of transferring of status that way. For the theme of the game, either different levels could have different things, but just as a generic thing that could work for all the levels fitting this theme of spy and villain. The villain just has this device, like, with this secret weapon thing, I'm gonna take over the world. And then you're basically just trying to steal it with him and run away. And maybe like you having it in your possession for a certain amount of time allows you to like decrypt it and do something to like destroy it so you can't use it anymore. But him having it in a certain amount of in his possession for a certain amount of time allows him to like I don't know, do something that like activates the device or whatever. That's my kind of idea there. How that actually gets implemented, like what I actually end up doing could change or vary, whatever. But that's the general idea that I had. It is King of the Hill with an item instead of sitting in a location. Fair enough. Yeah. So is there only, if I remember this, there's only like one skull, right? Yeah. So there's only one skull that you're running around with. Form teams protect your carrier. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's different versions of Oddball. Okay, yeah. This is coming back to me. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, this is the kind of thing I could do. I mean, this would be the equivalent of having, well, in my thing already, having one runner and everyone else is chasers. It's terrifying when you have 10 AIs running at you. With that, though, I need to add more randomness with the AI so that if they're all chasing you, they don't start funneling in a line. I do need to add more randomness into that, but we'll get to that eventually. It's fun. Yeah, it seems fun. And my game will be even more fun, potentially. No, I don't know. But we have all these ideas for different game modes, for sure, which is cool. And we can potentially come up with more as we make more like hazards in the levels. Like that might spawn more ideas like, oh, what if we did this? And all that. And hopefully, on top of this, we need to make sure that the actual levels themselves are interesting. Because that will be a bit of a make or break kind of thing. With this, that the levels themselves should hopefully be fun to run around in, and all that, and not all broken and buggy and whatever. So yeah, this is actually. Let me open up my. I had a planning notepad. Let me add some of this to that. In fact, some of this is already in that, but let me just find real quick. 1, 2. Where are you? This and this and this and this and this. Where is it? One momento. Just trying to find this notepad thing. Here we are. Project files for the game. I had this planning one, requirements, and roadmap. And that is opening up on my other screen. Let me bring that over here. Okay. So, okay, so, I mean, I have my, what is it, planning over here? Planning's over here. I'm actually just gonna, for now, just do this. And I can reorganize this kind of later. Okay, so for our planning, I'm kind of covering this a little bit. Let me go back. This one's not that important. Well, this is my roadmap of things I'm actually making. Oh yeah, I haven't been following that for a while. That's okay. So to actually bring this back to what I need to do for my school assignment, there's actually 2 phases of this. There's like a part 1 and a part 2 in terms of things I have to submit. Where part 1 is make this small game. It doesn't even have to be a full game. Make this small thing that, long story short, it just has to fit all of these requirements in the most basic sense possible, and then it's good enough to submit, and I'll definitely get 100% on it. And then part 2 is just make anything you want. For me, I'm going to be continuing this game, and then making as much of it as I can before the end of the semester, hopefully having a playable, complete product. Even if I don't get to incorporate all these ideas, I just need something, playable that isn't in this broken state of all these features that are half made or whatever. So and I basically have till, ideally I want to finish this demo-y thing by October 29th, ideally earlier, but we'll see. And then rest of game, the full thing, by I think December 8th is when I have to finish that. And then beyond that, though, that's just for this class stuff, I would like to continue to work on this game as my own passion project that maybe I eventually release on Steam or something. Would be really cool. And it's like at that point where I can kind of let everything loose and like do all the crazy ideas. Well, I mean, even if the thing I finished for December 8th, same thing. Like I can do whatever I want for that. It just needs to be something playable that I finished for that. Yeah, I have an actual deadline to meet for that. Past that, I can take however long I want to finish it. Ideally, I don't want to be working on this game for 2 bajillion years, but gotta finish it eventually. But yeah, so that's that. So backstepping a little bit more, for what I have to submit for, what I have to submit for October 29th, and it's the 13th today, so that's how long I got to finish this thing. These are all the things that I have to do, which, even though I've already gone like above and beyond with some other requirements, like all the AI stuff and just having cool environment lighting stuff, there are some of these things that I still haven't actually done. Such as when your game is complete, it must gracefully start. I mean, that'll be easy, but technically that's something I haven't actually done yet. Nothing actually happens when you win right now. It just prints a thing in the console, so it's close. Players must be represented by 3D meshes. We're kind of expected to do something beyond just like, right now I literally have a cylinder. We should be doing something a little bit more than that. And then players, this means player and AI must demonstrate an animated run cycle or walk cycle when they move. Which means I could, in theory, just have like a very boxy kind of thing as long as it has some kind of animation. I've seen some other, like another person that did had a butterfly flapping its wings. That counts. For me, this means I would like to go full, humanoid, like having this kind of character that has a run and I guess a standing still, that kind of stuff. So that's where I want to go with this. So I do need to get to the point of having all these things complete. In an actual playable thing, which means having one level that's done, ideally. Which is why, again, as I said, I think I'm going to try and go for just this 1v1 thing and just leave it at that for this very first stage of being submitted or whatever. Because I got to get one AI working beautifully before once I'm at that point, then adding more should, in theory, work. I should be able to. I have the programming in place to be able to support multiple AIs, but now I should eventually get to the point of sort of stripping the other ones away. At least maybe 1 or 2 or whatever, basically not 10. Get it to work really nice, and then have that behavior kind of copy for all the others. Anyways, so and we can play around with more of these other ideas later. But I get the basic tag stuff working first, because again, this thing requires that it is tagged. So this demo thing. It is required that it has to be tagged, so I can't, or tagged to some degree. So, capture the flag is not something I can do for this demo. Army tag, maybe, or some of these other ideas we played around with, maybe. But I'm going to stick with just 1v1 tag for now. If you need any help setting up animation stuff, let me know. Cool. I have some experience doing that sort of stuff. I guess I haven't really done something this complicated before. I've done some complicated things with 2D platformer character stuff. But it's going to get a lot more complicated here, I imagine. But yeah, so we'll see if you happen to be around when I'm doing animation stuff, then hopefully you'll be able to help me out when things start breaking and everything's going wrong. All right, enough. Well, I was about to say enough yabbering now to get to doing stuff. Except I have more yabbering to do. I don't know why yabbering's my word of choice here. But so what I'm doing immediately right now, I guess I'm still not doing this stuff yet. What I wanted to do for right now, continuing what I was doing yesterday, I was just doing a lot of experimenting and kind of learning about art stuff, or not art, lighting stuff mainly in Unity. I guess all the art stuff that isn't meshes and models. So post-processing and shaders and lighting. And I've been learning about a lot of that stuff in Unity, and more specifically the universal render pipeline. Yesterday or last time I was doing this was my first time basically ever using the universal render pipeline. In the past, I've used the default render pipeline when that was majorly a thing, and I've dabbled a bit with the high definition render pipeline. But for this game, I think the universal render pipeline is the one I want to use because I want this game to be really good on performance, and I worry about how much extra work I'd have to do with optimizing and all that if I go with the high definition render pipeline. That, and I don't have to do this, but I'd like to try and, when this game is getting more complete, to try getting it to run on a phone, I think would be really cool. And in order to do that, performance is important. And I want to try getting it to run in VR. I have an Oculus Rift, Buemo. I think it'd be cool to be able to get this thing to work in VR. Just to experiment with doing both of those things. Whether or not the actual finished game, I release it with having any of those options, who knows? But just for myself, I think it'd be cool to just try and do that. Because I can. Mainly the VR thing, but be cool to be this. It is a first-person game, so making some kind of being able to run around and play tag in VR would be kind of cool. But with that being said, performance is then important there. For a phone, it's just not as powerful of a device, so performance is good there. I don't necessarily need to run every phone, even if it only runs on top of the line phones. Or I guess my goal would be it to be able to run on this phone, which is a Galaxy S9. If it can run on this phone here, I'd be happy with that. Even if I have to make like a lower quality version, like, strip away some of the light stuff to get it to run on a phone. Depending on how painful of a process that is, how easy it is to like switch between the two like settings of quality, we'll see. But then also for VR, even though usually you have like, VR stuff also needs to be good on performance because it needs to have a really high frame rate for VR to like work good. And when you're in VR, it's rendering like 2 cameras worth of stuff. So performance is important there as well. So that's why I think I've made this decision to go with the universal render pipeline. I could have just stuck with the default render pipeline, but I wanted to use the universal render pipeline because I can. And also, the main thing I wanted to get out of this was shader graph stuff. I can potentially make some cool things using custom shader stuff, which you can write custom shaders with code in the default render pipeline, but the other two have this shader graph thing with all this node stuff like this. I said like this and like this that make it a lot easier to use because I've never programmed shaders and they look really, really complicated and hard to do. So yeah. Okay, with that being said, it would be cool in VR for sure. Yes, I think so. So with all that blabbering, what I'm doing right now is just continuing to experiment with light stuff. The one thing that I'm noticing right now with this scene, this was meant to be the scene that is testing interior dark lighting. It's a bit too bright for that, so I can just dim everything. But the one thing I'm noticing that's a bit of a problem, is how right now there's like these blue lights, but like these objects here do not look like they're really being affected by that light. Mainly this red cube in the foreground. This doesn't look like it's being lit by blue light at all necessarily. It looks like a hospital? Kinda, yeah. Actually, it's funny how even this scene kind of evolved from what it started. Originally, the idea was like, okay, I just need an interior dark scene. So I had the camera basically like aimed at a corner with just like some cubes and stuff, where it was just like blank walls. And then I decided to put in some... I did not make these walls, by the way. The walls and the roof I didn't make. I did make the floor, though, which actually looks quite nice, just the way that it happened to be. It's a little weird on like the edges here, but it was fine. It's good enough. This is just a test. I don't know if any of these assets will be in a real level. We'll see. And in a real level, I would put more work or whatever into environment stuff. But I decided to because this is a tag game, a good thing to test with this interior lighting is like a hallway that you might be running down. So then I convert it to being a hallway. And then these walls I just found from like some sci-fi corridor stuff. And this taught me a really good lesson with lighting, I guess. This is one thing that's helped a lot. Is I've already kind of learned a bunch of things that are going to, I think, help with making real levels in terms of things that I want to design levels around, or good, I guess, design principles in terms of the art stuff that will play effect into or will matter when it comes to level design stuff. And mainly that is having a lot of emissive materials. Having emissive materials giving a lot of the lighting looks really nice, which is cool. But what is happening here is and also having lots of lights rather than just like one light, having a bunch of lights as is going on here looks quite nice. But this baked lighting mainly affects objects that are marked as static, which right now is all the walls, roof, and floor. I purposely have this cube and like the people marked not as static, as if they were things that were moving around. Now this is like an environmental thing that's not moving around, but I'm trying to test lighting on things that as if they moved around. And right now, this is not the case. Actually, I'm just curious. Let me just experiment with something. If I mark this cube as static and then bake the lighting, not what I meant to do. This. We're gonna see this tinted blue, right? I believe that's how this is gonna do. Let's just test this real quick. I need to find a way to be able to have the actual objects here be a bit more tinted with how the other lights are. Light probes seem to be maybe a step into doing that. And I have light probes set up in the scene, wham, but it's not doing enough, it would seem. Although I have a theory that I'm not sure if these light probes are being affected by the emission. So that's something to test. There are also some other things that I would have liked to have made that I wasn't really able to make. And one of them was like the God rays that sun rays or whatever. I wanted to try and make that effect, but I've so far struggled with doing that, and I don't know if it's something I'm going to be able to pull off in the universal render pipeline without a major hit to performance. Let me search up, or it has like God rays. I think that there's other terms for this stuff. Volumetric lighting stuff. This would have been amazing to have this stuff in my levels. What I was trying to do with this scene specifically was having this kind of lighting coming up through the floor. That's why I made the whole floor thing. But unfortunately, I struggled to do that. Wasn't able to get that to happen. But yeah, this is gonna be something I revisit at another point of time if I come up with more ideas. One thing I can do is try to like cheat the effect where like if I just have, you know, one like an opening like this where these lights are coming through, I can do some image effects and like maybe like particle system stuff or like making an image that's just like there to kind of cheat some of the effect. But I have to be careful of how well that's gonna work in 3D. And also this, this scene specifically, because it would be like everywhere. That would be a lot harder to fake, I think. But it's stuff I've thought about, I guess. Okay, so one thing I've noticed, yeah, so baking this lighting on this cube is still not tinted very like these are. Although one thing that I know is kind of why that's happening, with the cube being very red and it being like blue lighting, the cube being so red is not allowing it to be like tinted as much. If I made the cube white, I believe it's gonna get tinted a lot more. Yeah, so there, like, actually I do that and then bake this again. So right now the cube is pure white, but I mean so are the walls. Can you go to the material and change how light affects it? The material of what, the cube? Sort of, kind of. And I've been playing around with a lot of that stuff. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. That's what I'm going to continue to do today, is look at what exactly I can change to try and to affect that stuff. So right now, yeah, this looks like this. Even then, it's still not as tinted as I was thinking it might be. Either way, let me just set this back to how it just was, because ideally I want it to be, you know, this pure red thing that I actually get to be tinted properly. More so the character, but this acts as a good test. This cube thing. Okay, so on let me just kind of read. Where am I going? This. Do that. Okay, so yeah, let that do its thing. Oh, let's wait for that to finish. So on the cube itself, am I blocking this? Not really. Let me move this down a little bit. Chat's blocking it a bit. Hopefully it's fine. I could, actually, if I'm going to be doing a lot of testing with this, maybe I'll do a little bit of bam on the other side now. So I don't think I'm going to be doing that much with the inspector. So maybe it's actually more important to show all this. And this means I can actually move the console now, maybe. So you can, I can also have the whole inspector thing. Okay, so these are all the settings that I can play around with. Oh, wait. 1 second. What's GPU instancing do? Are you going to tell me? No. Is this something that I want? I forget that's... there's all these settings here that I don't... well, okay. With material stuff, I do know what they do. With a lot of them. But in a lot of like other tabs, it's like, there's all these different buttons here that do all these different things. I'm like, I don't know what half of these do. And I don't know how they affect performance and all that. So it's a lot of playing around. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Now, one thing, okay, let me do one thing. This skybox, for the sake of testing, I meant to make it pure black. It was pure black, and then I changed it. Let me change it back real quick before I forget. Because with this interior scene, I just wanted to test having, yeah, a pure black skybox, where the skybox is not affecting the lighting at all. It shouldn't have been, but just making sure. That's because I have everything very closed in right now. There's no gaps, ideally. Okay, so with that said, let me go back to my box. So in terms of the material, there's other things too. On the mesh render itself, so we got cast shadows, contribute global illumination. Wait, static shadow caster. Oh, interesting. I forgot that there was other settings here that I could play around with. Dynamic occlusion. What do you do? Controls if dynamic occlusion culling should be performed for this renderer. Okay. I can make it also like more metallic, more smooth and all that. I can do this, and that's really reflective. Although the reflection probe isn't properly doesn't look so good when this is so transparent that you can really see exactly what it's reflecting off of. It would have been really cool to be able to have like wet like puddles on the ground that are properly like reflecting light, but that is something that comes at a high performance cost, and is something more so done in like the HD render pipeline. Unless I were to like kind of fake it, but which I could try doing. I can have like a little bit of reflectiveness, just as long as it's not like too much. I have to play around with like what kind of these settings look better. I wonder what happens if I do this kind of stuff and then I bake it. Where was my baking this? Yes. Let me also let me do this first. I have a bunch of things to potentially try, but let me kind of do things one at a time. If I change a bunch of settings and then am baking the lighting, then I won't know like what settings was necessarily doing what. Okay, I mean, I guess actually it looks a bit more blue. I'm not expecting this to be a pure blue necessarily. Just to have things look like they're more so being tinted in the color of the light. One other thing to play around with is the post-processing a lot. Right now, without post-processing, our scene looks like this. So that's something. Which makes these lights look not that bright, which actually, now that I think about it, this is probably a good thing as to why a lot of these static objects don't look like they're being affected by the lighting that much, because a lot of that's coming from after in the post-processing, mainly with the bloom. Bloom is doing a lot of the work here with that. I think that looks quite nice. A lot of these other post-processing settings we can change, play around with. Actually, I have some that are active that aren't really doing anything, but I can do this too. Bam! Lighting. Yeah, a lot of also different kind of things I can do to like be tinting the scene to kind of give different feels, I guess. Like this looks kind of cool. I'm gonna undo that for right now. I don't know why I went more for a blue thing here. I just kind of did. I have an idea in my head that for the well-lit interior scene, I'm gonna go more for a green color scheme. So I'm purposely straying away from that in this scene. This is all for testing anyway. I can do whatever I want, but oh, that's interesting what that does. I can use this color filter if I wanted to tint everything in a color and be like, bam, now things look like they're being tinted by these colors. But this is something that's going to affect the whole scene. And like, what if I wanted to have, a room that has a lot of blue lights and then a room that has a lot of red lights? Ideally, I'd want objects to be able to look like they're being tinted in different situations like that. Have that work. I can have different post-processing things that get activated or deactivated in different areas. But ideally, I want to see what I can do without having to tint everything like that. So one of those things is that, let me actually turn off the post-processing completely right now, and then see what happens if I can brighten up the lights more to actually look like they're affecting these objects more, and then turn back on the post-processing and then probably dim things, because then things will be probably too bright from the post-processing. Then I might have better luck with this. This might also make the light probes work better how they should. Okay, what am I looking for? The material on this wall, which it uses neon material. So it's using this. So simply, to start, making this brighter, except I'm not going to notice it until I bake this. I have a feeling I just made it way too bright, so I'm probably going to see this go really, really bright. Let's see what happens. I'll also just adjust this a tad. Yep, it's... Okay, that's bright. Interesting. One other thing I can do, I can make it super bright like this, so the lights have a lot of an effect, and then in post-processing, dim things down a whole bunch. So I can do that as well. The post-processing doesn't just have to lighten things up. I could purposely have everything being really bright by default, and then the post-processing darken everything, because that might just make it so that these lights are affecting things more. Did I bake let me just bake the reflection probe. I think it would have gotten baked when I baked the other things, but yeah, okay. So let me see what this is going to do. Yep, that's what I expected. Let me start by turning off all of these settings and sort of going back through one by one. So I had this little vignette around the edges of the screen. I should also be doing this to an extent in the game view, because that's more important, I guess. It's basically the same, but like how the camera sees things. So then I could, well, okay, I said turning everything off. So the vignette's just darkening the edges of the screen. That's not making that much of a difference. I'm going to turn that on. I want this tone mapping thing on, because I forget why, but I've seen things of how it has more. It helps to have more realistic lighting for such and such reasons, whatever. Yeah. Also notice actually the thing is that these were white lights, and most of that blue feeling was happening from tinting stuff. That was a thing. Although I don't know if that necessarily should be happening for the reason that I literally just said about if I wanted like different rooms that have different colors of lights and having that work. But let me do that of what I just said. Let me try tinting this light here. Go something like, I don't know. Go for the kind of cyan blue light that I just had. It sucks that I can't see this change happen in real time. I can do that in the post-processing, which is why doing it there could be beneficial. That would help if I wanted like the whole scene to be slightly tinted a certain color. If I wanted to do that. Ooh. Some of these, like when it's in the middle of baking, how it kind of looks. Ooh. Hey, we got tints. Yeah, okay, perfect. It was just it being too dark. Now it's like, it's overly tinted, but that's fine. The fact that it's tinting like quite a bit like how I want it to be, that's cool. The other thing I want to make sure is happening is that the objects being lit look like how bright the light is and then how bright the object is should match and make sense. If I have a super bright light but then the object's really dark, that doesn't work. If there's a really dim light but the object's super bright, unless it's meant to be glowing, then that also looks weird. So finding that balance as well. That was kind of something that was happening, I'd say, at the beginning as well. Okay, so good. This is overly done, but it's progress in the direction that I want it to be in. So let me now go back towards, let me darken it a little bit and kind of not have it be so strong. Go back more towards white. Okay, so interesting. I don't know why did I not think of doing this before? Yesterday when I was playing around with things, I don't know why this didn't come to mind, but whatever, thought of it now. So that's all good. Okay, so that's that. Did I go too far? Let me brighten this a little bit more and then go. Well, okay, I did two things. I lowered the brightness and I untinted the color. Maybe I go full the cyan. I don't know what intensity I should put in. Let's try. It's at 4.9. Let's try 4. Whatever that's gonna do. I can try basically keep the color being very highly saturated and then lower the intensity or raise the intensity, whatever. Play around with it. And then also get a good idea of like how strong do I need this intensity to be for it to tint the objects how I want. Because then again, I can then lower the brightness in the post-processing stuff if I want it to be darker. Okay, so cool. Again, though, actually, this is too cyan. So maybe, okay, I don't adjust the intensity and I just go back here. Maybe not too much. And then I go back to here. So again, this is kind of a thing. It's nice that this isn't taking too long to bake. And it's not tanking my OBS stuff. Before, when I had it set to using the CPU to bake the lighting, it would then, as soon as I do that, then OBS cries. Because I changed it to GPU, it's not doing that anymore. So that's good. Okay, so decent. Okay, this is looking good, I think. And these lights aren't that blue, but they're tinting the objects a little bit, but not that much. That's fine. This makes sense. So now let me try taking this back into post-processing and seeing what I can do with it. So mainly the one thing I wanted to get back was probably bloom coupled with lowering the post-exposure. So let me do that, but set this to 0. So right now this isn't doing anything. Yep. And then play around with those values. So first of all, I forget how I want this to be. I have really high intensity and then like a really high threshold. Maybe having this kind of glowing with the lighting, but not too much. What other things? Oh, there's scatter as well. I can play around with that, and that can make these lights glow a lot like this, but then not have them. Oh, whoa. Whoa, okay, that's kind of cool. Not how this is supposed to. Definitely not how this is supposed to work, but what? Whoa, it's weird that it's even doing that. Go back down to like this. Interesting. Is this the light map stuff that's kind of like if this was a higher resolution, that wouldn't happen as much? Interesting. Okay, so there's a lot of playing around. This could be good for making things really bright, but it's definitely too much for right now. I have this as 0, and then just I don't know. I gotta figure out what I want out of right settings. And I can tint things as well. Like, wow, there we go. Now we got things. It's neat what we can do. I can also possibly, I think I can change this sort of stuff in code. So having something that's like going back and forth between different things could be neat. Okay. Lens dirt. Oh, interesting. Oh, I can have lens things. Interesting. Oh, could this be doing for doing lens blur things? Put like a random texture here. My face thing. What does this do? There he is. Oh, that's funny. Lens dirt. Okay, not so much lens flare, although this might be kind of the same kind of thing. Interesting how this works. I quite like that. I think that's funny, just having the dim face. Just so very slightly there. I'm coming after you. I'm gonna haunt all your nightmares. But okay, I'm not actually having that. Oh, interesting. I can think of a way to actually use that feature properly. Could be interesting. Okay, so I like it having a lot of this glow. If I do this and then now lower the ooh, I like this. Again, it can be dim just as long as it's not actually hard to see. This is what I wanted, a dimly lit scene. And this is kind of going in that direction. And now that I've done this, I can play around with this even more. What'd be cool is also animating these going lighter and darker, kind of this like flashing light. For like a red warning light, being like, wah, wah, something's wrong. Could be, yeah, just neat sort of stuff. I don't want it to be too foggy necessarily. So if I turn the scatter down, again, let's just play around, see what other things I can do with this. What other results I can achieve. Interesting. This guy's coming very hard to see. That's a thing. I don't know how much that's a problem. Like, you cannot see his face, really. And this guy, you just see a silhouette. So, I don't know to what extent. If I turn off everything, he's still a little hard to see for where he is. I don't know how easy to see he should be. I can turn up, like, stuff with this. This does things. That makes him slightly clearer. I mean, also, I'm not actually scaling up everything, but, I mean, yeah. That's a face. Although doing that probably will take a hit to performance to some degree, but yeah. I don't even know. Is that still? That is still 16 by 9 resolution. Yeah, it didn't change that. Okay, I can do that. I don't know to what extent that helps. Maybe I don't go that high of whatever that is. So, is there a difference between if I do this and full HD? Yeah, looks like it makes things slightly clearer. So that's something. Okay, let's go back to. Let me go back into what I was just doing. This. I can have also the tint around the screen be like a color. Doesn't all have to be this cyan. I'm just kind of testing with things. Whoa, this doesn't show up that much. Interesting. Interesting. Again, I want to be careful with this. Like, this is just hinting the edges of the screen, so like moving around the camera will change how this is affecting things. Could be neat though. Like if I had like this kind of zombie mode, like this army tag kind of thing of like you touch someone, they're also then you're chasing other people, having this red kind of around the screen when you're a zombie or whatever. It doesn't have to be zombies, just that's the first thing I think of with that kind of idea. Yeah, I could do stuff like that. Or other thing. Ooh, actual proper idea is that when if you get like there might be a hazard that like shocks you, electrocutes you, or whatever, and you get like stunned for a second. Having this kind of like around the edge, like have it just like come in, something like that. I mean, I don't know if this would be better done through a UI element, but it's something I can play around with. There's an idea for an actual application of the idea. I can also do this if I really want to obstruct vision. Play around with the smoothness of it. I can also just do this, but I'm not going to. Just a slight vignette. Sure, I'll let that happen. I can play around with other things like the saturation, have everything all be black and white. I know one thing I think is a thing that like theoretically, you know, it should look good even if it was black and white in terms of like how the colors and the contrast and all that stuff is. If it looked good in black and white, it might hopefully look good in color. I can boost the saturation a lot. I don't know if I want to, but it's something I can do. I have the technology. I like this kind of a thing. But again, dimly lit scene is what I'm going for. Dimly lit where you can still see things. Oh yeah, there's lights under here. Those are doing things. Forgot about dim. It makes you think of like a freezer type thing or something. I don't know. I'm thinking of in Half-Life. There's one part of that where you go through an area that's all really cold and stuff, I think. Yeah. Half-Life 1. You go through like a freezer type area at one point, and that's all. Is that the correct game that I'm thinking of that has that part? I think so. Interesting. Stuff I can play around with. I think, okay, something it looked better before. I think I like this. I quite like this. And hopefully this could look really cool in well-lit scenes. We'll play around with it. Especially kind of being cast through a window. That's one thing, actually, that this scene currently lacks is there's not really any shadows going on. I mean, part of that's probably to do with the floor, the way that it is. But I do want to be able to have good shadows if I want it. That might be something easier, better done in the well-lit scene to play more around with, where I actually want something that's like a strong light that's like casting like a strong shadow or something. Maybe, I don't know. Imagine the well-lit interior scene will be where I play around with like something like kind of like a window that light's casting through. Or something like that. Okay. Also don't want, like, this can definitely be overdone. This can definitely be overdone. Just a little bit does look nice, I think. And again, this fits the dimly lit thing. It's darker than it was before. That's intentional. Maybe I keep going with like extreme values. What if I go like a halfway point? Like either like I've been going like 0 and 1 with the scattering. I don't have to do that necessarily. Weird, interesting. Again, this hits the problem of like these lights look too bright for the things that they're lighting up, but it does kind of look cool. Interesting. I can also play around more with having actual like different colored lights, because that's currently something I don't have. I'd almost be tempted, like, what if I like took half of these wall things and gave them a different material, just the same thing, but tinted differently? Could be something to play around with. Okay, something got worse. I swear, I had this looking better before, and something changed. I don't have a high threshold and then a really low intensity. Oh, yeah, that's going to do that. Okay. Let me go back to maybe 0.9. I like the glowy thing a lot better, but obviously not overdone. You too dark now? Maybe at this point I forgot that I have the post exposure down a lot. Okay, so at 0 it's looking like this. Do I maybe try to get this to look fine? Maybe, or at least get it to look like the lighting matches like what's being lit with this, and then darken? Something like take that and then lower this more. Can also mess with the contrast. Can also do this stuff, which is neat. Interesting. I did go away from this idea. Initially, I had the idea of playing around with like blue and orange light with this. I thought could be interesting. I kind of moved away from doing that. Let me try, just to experiment, go back and towards doing that, where or what I was going to try and do was have, so these things being all glowing, more of like a more blue than cyan, and then having a light shining up from beneath that was like orange, and seeing what that could do. Where's my, let me just once again change some of this stuff then, if I'm going to do that. Where is this? Okay, so go towards more of a blue. Doesn't have to be completely blue, but like, yeah, more blue than it currently is. Or Or if I did the opposite, what if I had the orange light here? Let me try this. Or let me try actually not touching the intensity at all, just changing the hue. Let's just see what this looks like with more of an orangey light. And then maybe I have a blue light coming up from below. Hello all. Hello, hello, Muen. Hi, hi. We're doing some interesting experimentation. Yeah. Oh, you can definitely tell these guys are getting tinted a lot more orange. With lighting things and all of that kind of stuff, which is, we're having some interesting results with it so far. What I was going to try, okay, I was doing this and then having an area light shining from below, all blue. I'm going to have to bake this. I should have done that first. Let's bake that and see what that's going to look like. Because I also haven't tested, having other lights other than the emissive lights, like just having, in this case, an area light or a point light or whatever. How that looks with this kind of stuff is worth testing. Oh, I don't even see it. Oh, no. Is it being overpowered by the... If I turn off the post-processing, this is what this looks like, which is interesting. Is the... Oh, your intensity of 0.2. Let me try this then. I just need to see that it's that blue light is existing. Right now, it's actually underneath this chain floor thing, and it's just shining straight up. I can see it starting to have effect. Now it might be too high, but just see what what it's doing. Oh, so that's the effect that has. Interesting. What if I now turn on? Ooh, I don't know why it's coming across more purple, but that's something. What if I actually put this a bit more towards like that kind of blue? This light seems cool. Yeah, I think it does, which is neat. Yeah, it is certainly very, very neat. Oh, down here's kind of being tinted more. Interesting. Right now, yeah, I have this. Wait, can I even see it? Why can't I see it? Oh, because I have gizmos off. That would make sense. Yeah, I have this area light underneath that's shining up, meant to be shining through this grid floor here. Can I turn off? Let me just turn off the light probes real quick. Bwam, bwam, bwam. Not light. I don't know if there'd be a better spot for this. Is this you in the center of the scene? Oh yeah, it is. Yep, little old me. Yeah, seen better lighting days, but no, we're getting there. I mainly experimented with this guy in Blender. As you can see, my profile picture, that was an example of it being under good light. But yeah, that's him. He doesn't have the same shirt because that shirt was a texture, or was a procedural texture in Blender. I could bake that out and then put it in here, but this guy being here is just a test anyway, so I'm not going to bother doing that right now. Although I might be using this guy as a base model to make other actual characters. We got this elf guy T-posing in the background. I did not make him. I just downloaded him off the internet. Same with the thing with these walls. I didn't make these walls or this roof. I did make this floor, though. I actually have no idea why. Like, I made it as a whole solid color thing. I have no idea why different parts are being dark and light. That's just... It just happened, and I'm letting it happen. It looks, it has more detail, so it's kind of cool. So yeah, that's that. So yeah, just experimenting with lighting things. Mainly, I'm trying to make 4 things: an interior dark scene, an interior like well-lit scene, exterior night, and exterior day. I want to make all 4 of those kind of lighting scenarios. It's not just lighting that we're playing around with. It's mainly like lighting, post-processing, shaders. That's mainly those kind of things. Just anything to make the game look nice. Because this will affect our level design. That's one thing. I'd like to get this pretty sorted out before we design like actual levels, because this will affect our level design. If I decide after making these 4 things that like interior dark scenes look really good, but exterior like well-lit scenes look really garbage, then I might purposely design more levels to like have more interior dark scenes or whatever. Like so like that kind of stuff. By making these 4 scenarios, seeing like kind of what looks better, it'll matter. It'll affect the level design, I think. And also, in terms of the environment stuff, like I've made the discovery that having, rather than a lot of like lights, like area lights, having a lot of materials that have emission looks quite nice. So purposely designing some levels to have more of these objects that can be emissive. which just means having actual like things that it looks like the light sources could be coming out of, rather than just random lights that aren't coming out of anything. So that matters. Like all the little things here and there that we're learning and discovering and just playing around with. Now this scene is supposed to be the dark scene, so this should, in theory... Ooh, that's interesting. The orange and the blue are like combining to make this like purpley thing. Let me generate the lighting again. And, because I changed the... Oh, no, or, yeah, okay, okay, yep, sure. Let's play around with more settings. Mainly I've been experimenting a lot with what bloom can do for our lights, which looks quite cool. Like this on a sun in the distance, I think would look quite cool. Except though, I can have these more like brighter lights in real, or in the well-lit scenes. Right now, I would like to, I want to have a darkly lit scene, which I kind of had before, and then I kind of ruined it, so I need to kind of get back to that. So let me actually try having this be super dark, and then really bump up the intensity of this. I mean, okay, this poses a problem where it doesn't look like as I sort of said before to lightning strikes, this presents a problem where it doesn't look like these lights are too bright for the environment that they're lighting up. Like, things are too dark here, it doesn't look like these lights, with how bright they are, it doesn't, mesh correctly. So that's an example of that sort of going wrong. Or not being how it should. If I do that, though... Okay. Also, if things are too dark and you can't, like, see when we're running around in our tag game, that's also a problem. So, just all these different things to take into consideration. I don't know why this is turning out more purple. That was not the intention, but, yeah. I like this sort of glowy thing that can happen with this bloom. And I'm hoping to use it a lot, probably, in our game. Oh, whoa, that is very... Could do this, now everything is just... being tinted. I do this and then reduce the exposure a lot. Interesting, that makes kind of like a fog. That's kind of cool. Yeah, this surely is something. Okay, again, let me just kind of... yeah, so also, this is what things were looking like. This is what it looks like without the post-processing, which is something. Yeah, and so it's looking like with it so far. Although I'm more so designing it, with how it looks after the post-processing. How it looks without the post-processing doesn't matter. Okay. Something like this looks kind of neat. Ooh, yeah, okay. Although one thing I want to do is the area light. I want to make it... If I make it more towards cyan, will it appear just less purple? Because it's mixing with the orange light and just looking more purple, which I know that that's bad necessarily, it's just not what I was going for. So I'd like to see if I can get more of what I was going for. Yeah, more of a... Actually, what I more so want to... kind of like more of the environment being blue. Oh, no, that's more cyan now. So it's a bit too far. Like a blue environment with orange lights just seemed interesting, I guess. Sketch makes a very good explanation about post-processing in Unity. Interesting. I don't think I've seen any of this person's videos. I've been watching a ton of videos about, like, videos and, like, reading things and all this Googling and researching stuff about all this universal render pipeline stuff. Let me search up this person, though. What? Sketch. Also, this was an effect from before that I thought would be cool if we could make happen, but... wait, hold on. I'm doing the... One momento. Sketch YouTube. This guy? Is this a guy? Or is this... I see Roblox. This is probably not the guy, I'm guessing. Let me go more for, No, yeah, I figure not. Just Sketch, though. That's just... I'm looking for... Not this. Is there more to his username that might allow me to find this person? Is it spelled differently? Or something like that? Let me also search another thing while I'm waiting. Screen, Unity. What's the screen space? Reflection. This is another thing I was trying to do. Two things that I would have liked to do that I haven't been able to pull off yet is this kind of, like this right here, this reflections in the ground kind of stuff that actually looks proper. Like this sort of stuff. This is in Unity. It seems more achievable in the high definition render pipeline, but it's a big performance hit. I found a way of kind of doing it, but it doesn't look great. This person. Okay, interesting. Wait, have I seen this person's video before? Maybe. Maybe not. Okay, interesting. So I probably could, check out some of this person's stuff at some point. I'm noticing high definition render pipeline. There's stuff with the high definition render pipeline where you can there's certain things you can do in that you can't do in the universal render pipeline, but at the cost of a hefty amount of performance. So there is that. With my tagged game here, I'm wanting to try and stick to the universal render pipeline because I think that would be better overall with performance and all that. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah. But it would have been nice if I could have cheated some of these effects. But doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to yet anyway. Or without like cheating it, kind of. But it's something I can also play around with more later. Okay, let me go back to... Here, let me do something. Well, okay, put this back towards like this. What if I just took... Okay, this environment stuff, I'm saying making it a bit more blue. What if I just had the actual environment itself, just tint that a bit more blue? Not too much. Wow, that's not what I want. Curious of what that can do. I'd want to tint the floor as well. Not like too much. Ooh, it's interesting. Ooh, this looks quite neat. Interesting. This is all just playing around, experimenting, seeing what results I can come up with. Black, white. Let me pick the lighting because I did change the environment light thing. But anyways, your lights are very good. Yeah, I'm thinking so. Like this, it is quite cool how this is coming along. And a lot of this was yesterday. I was like, a lot of the beginning of yesterday's stream, I was fluttering around a lot, like being like, God, I don't know what I'm doing, and it wasn't looking very good. And then suddenly, like, it slowly started to look good, which was really, really cool. It took a while to get there. But I'm so far happy with the result. Although this is now a bit too blue. May I take this and have it be not so tinted? I don't even need that light necessarily. I just kind of wanted to have another light for the sake of having another light, I guess. And this light happens to be lighting from below, which I thought could look kind of neat. This ground, I suppose I should be tinting this as well. Oh, let me grab this. To have it sort of match with the walls. I mean, I don't have to. It just seems like it's cohesive or whatever. I don't know. Just like a little bit blue. Now also now the walls aren't blue enough. And well, right now the way that this thing is, like, the walls and the roof actually share their material, kind of, just being at different points in the UV map. So me tinting one is tinting the other. So that's something. Unless I wanted to if I wanted to have that not be the case, I can do that. I just currently don't have it like that. The problem is if I do this, I'm just curious of what something here. If I do that all the way and then generate the lighting again, just curious what that's gonna do. Because now is it gonna tint things blue like even more? That's what I'm expecting to see. Yeah, that's what I thought. But this is a bit too blue, I think. Although, what does this look like when I get rid of the post-processing? Oh, that's quite blue. Interesting. Or what if actually I can make this work with some more testing with post-processing stuff? Ooh, that is blue. That is the color blue, indeed. Ooh. Interesting. What about... I got rid of this and then... Well, I mean, things are too bright now. But were they too dark before? I don't know. I do quite like this. Reminds me of like a sunset, kind of. even though this is interior. But I'm hitting that problem again, where again, this is too bright for how dark it's making the cube, which can be a bit of a problem. So the solution to that is, I think, to, well, brighten up the lights, or brighten up the lights to then not have to have them be bloomed as much, or something along those lines. Well, actually, I think this cube is also being darker because it's being tinted blue because of the walls, and also because the walls actually also shouldn't be this blue, I don't think. So I'm gonna go back to more kind of something like that, and same thing with the ground. In fact, I'd say the ground is a little less so. So I do that, and then what was it about to do? I'm gonna do something else. The emission, making it even brighter by just a little bit. Come on. Do this. See what that's gonna do. If I do that, bake it again, and then darken it in the post-processing. Let's just have a look-see at what that can do for us. Yeah, one moment to H2O. Is it all good? Okay, now... Oh, he's getting very orange, which I guess makes sense with our light, but he maybe shouldn't be quite that orange, or at least unless like all of him was tinted orange. Wait, why is he that orange when the lab coat isn't, when it's pure white? Let me play around more with this stuff. If I do this, what is this looking like? Oh, it's looking like this. Okay, so that's coming from the post-processing. He looks fine there, so that's the post-processing that's doing that, I guess. Here, let me turn down all this and kind of start again. This is, yeah, very quick to make him orange. I wasn't really noticing that before. I don't know if that was a problem before. Oh wait, is it the color adjustment? It's the color adjustment's doing that. What? Oh, because I put saturation up to 100. Oh, that would make sense. Of course, that's going to saturate the colors, which he has a bit of an orangey skin color. Well, not like skin color being a bit reddy orange, a little bit, you know. It's bringing out that reddy orange. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you know what would also be cool? Having like a really dark scene that's like blue, a lot of greens and purples could be neat. Yeah. That, I imagine, like kind of like a haunted house-esque thing would be where you'd go with that, like all ghosts and stuff. Yeah. Okay, what happened to that? Wait, what happened to the... Oh, right, a lot of this color was coming from the saturation. I lost some of that. Well, I mean, I can still bump up the saturation a bit. But let me try, for now, just messing with this without the saturation. So now I might actually want to boost up the those colors a bit. A lot more. I don't know how long I had that saturation that high. I didn't mean to do that. So even this orange light needs to be more orange. Why is that looking yellow? I bet you don't look yellow. Maybe it's fine. I see like orangey kind of on the outside. And then even this more blue now. Yeah. 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 Okay, interesting. Let me also lower that and go back to this. Oh, the environment light as well. Are you too blue now? Let me see what this is looking like without the environment light real quick. Or the area light. Just to see what that's looking like. That's causing... Wait, what? I didn't realize that was affecting the lighting that much. It shouldn't be. The area light was meant to be very, like, not adding that much lighting to the scene. Really? Or is that because of the post-exposure thing? Okay, and those are more... Weird, it's more yellow, but then when I add the bloom, it becomes more orange again. Interesting. Again, I theoretically don't care how it looks without post-processing. I only care how it looks with post-processing. But ideally, I'd want to be able to, I mean, without post-processing should look, well, actually, again, I don't care how it looks. But I would need to be able to have multiple scenes that have different sets of post-processing, kind of, and have that still kind of work. Again, depending on our different types of scenes or whatever. Like our character model here, I shouldn't have to change anything about his material to get him to work in different environments. Right? Because, yeah, that should be how that is. Again, we're hitting that problem of too light, yet too dark. Okay, what happened to... Why is... this so dark now? Or, and this is even before I have other things going on there. The area light wasn't, why is this not brightening up all this? Is it because how blue it is? If I go back to this being white, okay. That's gonna do more of that. Interesting. Okay, because, and that I think is a symptom of them being on like opposite sides of the color wheel. Blue and orange would be my guess. Yeah, if I tint this red, it still kind of shows up. It's just when it goes blue, it kind of goes dark. Interesting. So that was just a symptom of the color choice. I still kind of wanted to have that bit of blue tint though. Yeah. So with that, oh yeah, I can have the whole thing emit a little bit. Oh, ooh, that is something. I can do this. I have the power to do this. I mean, this is something like if I wanted to do like as part of my like stylistic, art style kind of thing, have everything be all bright and colorful and all that. Maybe that's something I kind of want to do. That's something I was also going to be experimenting with at some point. Was just like art style stuff in general beyond just the lighting. Like, what do I want to do with like shader stuff? Like, do I want to give everything in outline or stuff like that as part of figuring out lighting things. So that's something as well. Weird that upon doing that baking, again, the guy's still very dark compared to the stuff around him. So is that again a symptom of I need to take, where is it? Make it even brighter and then make it even darker after post-processing. I mean, he still gets kind of tinted. Wait, is it the tone mapping that's doing that? Not really. A little bit, I guess. Interesting. Again, I can play around more with all these things. Interesting. Again, really, really light for really dark. Kind of ruined things. But tis such is whatever this is. I don't know. So one thing I can try, maybe no fog. Oh, I'm not going to actually have all like this level of fog. I'm playing around a bunch. I don't think it's going to be this foggy unless I wanted an actual fog thing. Let's do a bit more testing around, and then I'm going to probably actually backtrack a bunch to what I had before. Just testing what would things look like if I had, if I gave the actual wall itself emission. But I don't think I actually want that. Unless maybe it was very minor, but well, yeah, there's fog. That is fog. Neat what that does. Let me actually basically get rid of the fog essentially. Let's see what happens if I then take post exposure on this. Yeah, no. But interesting, nonetheless. I can do not this. Is it this? Have these lights glow like that. Okay, I've had my fun with that. Like, this didn't really go in a direction that I wanted it to go. So let me go back to basically what I was doing before. So, oh, interesting what that does. So first of all, no emission. No emission on the actual wall itself. This put it back to the kind of orangey that it was, although I don't know if, I forget with, yeah, this being all yellow. I don't know if this should be in this range of actually looking like it's orange or whatever. And then I'll have to rebake the lighting in about a moment. And the bloom we'll get to then fix. All right, let's do that real quick. Wait, the floor. No, I fixed you, right? Yeah. Oh, oops, I didn't. All right, everything that. Yep, how that's supposed to be. Okay. Bake this again. And see how that looks. In a moment, when everything kind of fixes itself. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So that is how this looked beforehand, and I could have the area light go back to doing some of the blue lighting. What? Wait. Is the air? Oh, I have that off. Okay. That's why. Okay. Yep. All right. Let me generate the lighting again with that area light being on, and then we can dabble in post-processing again. Although I might need to actually bump up the oh, that's going really bright. That went really bright. That was not supposed to happen. Right. Okay. The area light is very strong compared to the other light. And very well, still blue, but like maybe go very very blue, but then a very like not a lot of intensity. Just see what that does. Huh. Interesting. Almost there? Yeah, okay. This mainly is affecting the floor because it's shining through the floor. Maybe a little bit on the roof. Yeah, okay, let's do post-processing stuff again. So, let's get these lights back to looking cool. Although, wait, what happened to... oh, it is tone mapping that's making that a bit darker. Okay. That's fine, though. Go back to the... Okay, first of all, this should not be in the hundreds, necessarily. Again, only really affecting the lights. So what if I actually turn this down again? But not all the way. Ooh. I mean, that's kind of interesting. How that looks. Although, again, it's not dimly lit, but it's interesting. Don't know if it's also maybe the color choice that's maybe making this look a bit odd. I don't know if I should maybe go back to the kind of blue that I had before. Is something I could sort of play around with. What happens if I take this and then bump up the exposure? That does that, okay. If I darken the exposure, but then up the intensity again, that's going to do some things. This shouldn't be 0 though. Hold on. Now let me go back to this, but no, not that. 0.9. Nope. No, like this. What I had before that was looking pretty good. Like that maybe? And then, no. Everything being very dark now, that is partially because I made how much, what am I trying to say? That is partially because of the emission is a lot darker. So maybe I want to brighten that up a decent bit. Again, well, actually, like even just this is it's too dark for everything else. Yeah, lighting is how it should be, right? Yeah. Interesting. So, where's let me try this again on this. No, not that. Hold on. This. No, this. Brightening that a lot more. And then baking it. And then darkening again. Will help how it's lighting everything else, hopefully. Which then, actually, if I'm going to be darkening everything else, I might then also have to increase the intensity of the area light to work with that. So I actually force stop that and then start it again. Let it do its thing. And play around with this a bit more. With the post-processing. Okay. So take this, and now, so this is what it's looking like by default. This kind of thing. Okay. To take that bloom. I swear this was looking better before when I changed something, and now it's looking worse. But I don't know how to get back to what I had. But I know we had like a post-exposure thing of like -3-ish. What happened? And I believe I remember that the scatter was like really high. Did this just need to be even brighter? I can try. I can do that. Or was it the area light actually? The area light back to intensity 1, maybe? Just kind of whitewashing everything a little bit? Well, more blue, but just providing more light in general. Let's just see what that's going to do. Oh. I expected that to do more, actually. Interesting. Okay. So... Next, then, William! Hello! Hi! We are doing some lighting stuff. Experimenting with lighting stuff, anyway. Okay, let me go back to making this a lot brighter once again. Yeah, we did have this like over 4. It was near 5. Maybe that's what I'm missing here. So I do this, and then go back to post-processing after it bakes. In but a moment. Hello, ooh, yeah, waving with a lot of emojis. Hello. Hi. We are experimenting with making our game look better. As we were yesterday, but we're doing that more so. This is not how things are meant to be looking right now. Still fiddling quite a bit with different things. Although now why is this happening? We're hitting a weird thing where now, well, yeah, I wanted things to be dark, but I swear that things were, like, the guy here was like, we had a thing before where things were like darker, but like our guy here was like more well lit, I thought. For reference, let me actually bring up a thing. This is what we had. Okay, I changed the colors. That's going to affect things for sure, but this is what we had yesterday. So that's something. Now I got this. You be the judge of whether it's better or worse. Although we're still playing around with things. I changed the color just more so playing around with different color things. The color itself doesn't entirely matter for what this is. Other than that it's meant to be darker. So the other thing is too bright. I wanted to experiment with lower lighting kind of situation. So that's something. Let me go back to maybe this being more, I don't know, not as blue. Dang, looking good. Yeah, I do think it is looking nice. It's just, I swear that like half an hour ago that it was like looking even better. I'm trying to get back to where it was. I could look back at the VOD, like rewind. Actually, no, I can't rewind the live stream until I've stopped. But I can figure this out, hopefully. Let's just play around with this even more. So, and I can go back to when this. Oh, that is very weird and interesting. Was it? What did I have a lower scatter amount? Maybe. Or I think I'm gonna try 0.5. I like the sort of glow that this can get. That is something. There we go. Oh, okay, we're getting there, sort of. The ground is getting this like purpley tint from the light underneath that I don't know if I want. Maybe I go back to this actually being white. And to do that. Forget the blue and orange thing for now. Just go, I guess it's kind of being white with a orange or something. And if I'm going to tint it, maybe I should more so be tinting the... Wait, let me try something. Just got an idea. Wow. If I'm going to tint something, I should more so maybe just tint the wall material rather than the whole light necessarily. What happens if I tint this like green? I'm just curious of what this is going to look like. Ah. No. Okay. Let us see. This is going to tint everything green. I'm just curious of how it's going to look. I think it will. Ooh. Ooh, this is neat. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ooh. Okay. This is interesting, but I'm going to purposely undo it because I want to save. I have an idea for the next scene I'm going to be making, and I kind of wanted to give that one more of a green color scheme, so I'm going to purposely undo this. Although may I do that with the orange then? May I go back to the kind of cyan-y stuff that I had before with these walls? Because maybe also I save this kind of thing for testing out more of like a sunset kind of a thing. I'm just trying to like test a lot of different scenarios for lighting, I guess. Like this won't necessarily be in, like none of like this scene, like this hallway won't necessarily be in the final game, but it's the things I'm learning from making it will be. Okay, so let me generate the lighting once more. And then, yeah, go back to kind of the cyan thing that we had before. Cyany or like blue or whatever. This kind of makes it look kind of like a freezer. Oh, this guy's very much tinted now. Interesting. So that might mean that that's too high. The okay, this is how this is looking like without post processing. So that's something. Turn off the post exposure. Turn these back down. So now effectively it's the only thing that's making a difference right now is the tone mapping, which interesting. Apparently this is something that you want to get like more realistic lighting or something like that. So I'll follow the things that told me to do that, I think. Or maybe, I don't know. I guess all that matters is that it looks better, but yeah, so that's that. I see another emoji. I can't decipher what it is. Other than, is that someone eating or looking at a phone? One of those two things. That's either chopsticks or like a stylus or something. That is my guess. Okay. So with this though, again, this is too well lit. So let me even just take this without any of the bloom, and I wanted to darken it. So it's dark, but you can still see. Pencil writing down. Oh, taking notes. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was incorrect. I can have the scatter be really low. What? Oh, but do this. So it's just like these. This that's kind of glowing, which looks kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Although now I would wager that this guy's almost too dark in terms of like that he should be a bit brighter. Something that I can fix by having the if I take this material, have it not glow as much. Let's just go down a little bit. No, let's go down a bit more than a little bit. And then I don't have to darken everything as much. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so generate lighting. Yes. We also still got to figure out shadow stuff. Right now, nothing is being given shadows, or none of the static objects are being given shadows. Or sorry, none of the non-static objects, like the player, has any shadows because we have no real-time lighting in this scene right now. And that is something I would like, I guess. I mean, that could be fixed by having, like, in an exterior scene, just having one, like, directional light coming down. But in this interior scene, I'd have to figure something out. These lights have to be baked, the emission stuff. So I'd have to put, like, maybe, like, just a small, like, maybe point light coming from each of them if I wanted light and shadows to be coming from all of those sources. Or just one light coming along the top, or there's things we can do, potentially. So we will do those things, maybe. So now, okay, I'm looking at this. Let me now, again, I do still have to make it darker, maybe just not as much. I can also make things brighter. That's an option. It's within my capabilities. I can also saturate things more. can hue shift things. Wow. More contrast. So many options. So much indecision. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let me go back to doing this kind of a thing, but then up the threshold. Yeah. The tiniest bit of fog kind of looked nice, I think. Not too much though. There's very much like overdoing it. What I did this and then up the threshold even more. Oh yeah. I like that. Oh shoot. I think I did darken this too much, I think. I've hit that point again where these just don't look like they're being lit as much as they maybe should be from the other things. Interesting. Okay, let me take that and go back to just brighten this a little bit more. What I think was the in-between, because I think I lowered it by like 2 increments. So let me go for that, the in-between, I guess. And also the actual color. I kind of want to tint it a bit more, I guess. One momento. A bit more towards blue, or maybe a bit more towards, a bit more towards blue. Just a little bit, I guess. And then bake this again. Doing a lot of baking, lighting every few seconds, but we're getting there. We're figuring things out. I hope. So now I'm gonna probably have to. Oh, the post exposure is up. Oops. But now, dim it again. This area light is just a white light that's. Let me turn off the area light again for a moment and see what that's doing. Because the area light is only there because I was having some things being lit up from below. But if this was just solid floor, I would need these lights to light things up enough. The area light shouldn't be doing a whole lot. Okay, so now this looks like this. Okay. That's quite cool. Maybe I do actually like it'd be better to turn this stuff down a little bit. Oh, that looks nice actually. Yeah, 0.9. Brighten everything a little bit though. Oh. This is at 0. Just negative 1.5, and then reduce the bloom on the other bits. Let me turn off the bloom and that means just look at the post processing or post exposure a little bit. Have everything be all black and white. Interesting. That's with the contrast. This looks very this makes it look like very old game graphics a little bit. I mean, I keep going like extreme or not at all. I can be bumping up things just like a little bit and see what things do. But then it's like, if I'm bumping it so little, like, does it matter? Like this boost in 10 for contrast, is that like really making any difference that's worth it, me doing it? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. Okay. Interesting. I can see what this is doing. When things go really light, it gets more white. That's one thing that's doing, which I guess is good for realistic lighting and all that. And now everything's very blue, as it would be expected. Like, without post-processing, everything's all... like, the lights themselves are this blue, yeah. Maybe they shouldn't be as blue. Maybe they're too blue. Maybe I should go back more towards more white light for this. Maybe. Because it's not meant to be, like, that blue, simply. And furthermore, if I'm going to have it be more blue, maybe I should be more so just, again, like, tinting the walls, like the actual color of the walls. Because right now, the walls are white. That is one thing, is the walls are white. I'm tinting, like, the lights But maybe the light should be more... They don't have to be completely white, but maybe a bit more white. And then if I want to change the colors of things, like more so tint the walls. Just yeah. But again, also not overdoing it. Tinting this, then when I bake this, I think it will, that will have an effect on things, on the baked lighting. Okay, so now let's try the post-processing stuff again. Whoa, what? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, we do that, and then we take, try making this darker once again. This just still feels, I don't know. Like, again, I need it to be dark, but it's like the dark spots are too dark. And I know there's some post-processing stuff to be able to tweak that, but I could play around with, but not just yet. This is hard. This is hard. This is difficult. And again, there's a lot of indecisiveness. I'm just not entirely sure what I should be doing. I don't know. What if I burden this but lower this? Nope. Nope. Okay. There's also this stuff that was doing things. What happened? I swear this was looking better earlier, and then, yeah, messed with something. No, not as much. Maybe I go back to tinting the light blue just a little bit. Find a better middle value. Something like this. Something along these lines. Mayhaps. Okay, so now we're back to this. Oh, wait, did I tint the right thing? I tinted the wrong thing. I meant to tint the lights themselves. Yet again. Slightly blue tinted wall with a slightly blue tinted light, but yeah, having not be as like tinting it a bit more. I mean, I could also have the wall color be different than the light color, but I guess it's not what I currently have. I mean, I guess I could. Like, what if I made the walls more red or something? I don't know. Or more this, like, not green, but like aqua-y green. And then have this go more towards dark blue. It's just a random idea to try. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Just doing it. Whatever it is. Yeah, having the light be too tinted does things to this that I don't like. Although again, maybe it's an intensity thing. Gosh, there's just so much stuff to play with. I don't know. I don't know, man. There's no like one right answer necessarily. It's just there's a lot of finicky stuff. I don't know. I'm going to keep saying I don't know, because that is a correct statement in these times. This, like, fading more with it being darker seemed to almost look better for a darker thing. Like, have it be this, but very, like, minor. Maybe. I don't know. It's missing something. What happened? This compared to this. I don't know. I mean, the character, mainly, that's the main thing I'm looking at, is too tinted now, maybe? Although this isn't tinted enough. Like, the red here, it's not tinted enough for the light, I think. Here, it's almost like... Again, this is too well lit. I wanted this to be darker, but like too dark is also a problem. Like I can do this. I'm like, yeah, that was dark. But oh wait, what if I did that? Ooh, that's something. This is doing some interesting things. Okay, there. That's kind of something. Although it's still not as... The lights themselves, I liked when they were more this kind of glowy kind of thing. Back to it being like 0.9. Okay, something like, I don't know. Something like what? There's quite a difference between 0.9 and 1. I guess the intensity should only be a little bit. Or maybe something like that. I don't know. Even this looks too, again, it hits that problem of the light's looking too bright for what's below them. Go back to 1, I guess. Oh, there we go. But now is this guy too dark? I mean, not necessarily. Like, again, it is supposed to be dimly lit, and you can kind of see him. You can tell there's a person there. Again, very much too dark. This looks quite cool on its own. So low is lowering the post exposure not something I want to do? And obviously I don't want this. It's very quick to lose the glow. Unless it's only there a little bit. Or like lowering the scatter. I don't know. I'm so indecisive with this. I just really don't know what like how to make this look better. And don't know if it's really. There's just like everything I do. There's at least like one problem with it. Where it's like, yeah, this is too dark. This part too light. Blah blah blah. I don't know. What else could I change to make this look better? Let me go back to kind of like the best thing that we had. A little bit that is recent. Or this was decent, I think. Or let me go back a little further. This fits the bill of being dark. Did you already approach graphic programmation? I don't know what that is, so no. Are you talking about shader graph stuff? Which currently is a no, but we might be experimenting with that sort of stuff later. Ooh, at this point? This point. Okay, I think this is decent, I guess. But again, I would have liked these to kind of glow more. But maybe that's something, I don't know. Oh, part of me thinks like save that for like in the well-lit scene. But I should be like you can have a nighttime scene where you have like one like glowing lamp, like a street light. I imagine you could have that kind of glow effect on that and get that to look good. So that's kind of what I'm imagining here. What I should be able to achieve in theory. Okay, maybe I don't know. Is there some other part to this? Something else I can be doing? Some other thing I could be changing or tweaking or messing around with? I don't know. I forgot I slightly tinted this green. I go back to the pure white and go back to. I forgot, did making this lighter. Now that it's white again, let me try making this lighter again to see what it can do for tinting the character. So it's almost like ideally I'd like the character to be a bit more well lit, the environment itself be darker in a way that looks still natural. So let me fiddle with that. What if? I have a maybe idea. Let's fill this with a bit more. This became a lot more white again, but it doesn't look that like. It looks like the way it's tinting the environment isn't that white. Or there's a bit of like a tint, but that's not coming from the environment. It is coming from that light. Oh, the area light. Oh no, that's still not there. I take off the post-processing. Gosh, it's looking like that. That is quite a change. Let me try something though, to experiment with something. Let me go onto my character here. Something I did with my submarine thing that looked pretty good. If I take all these materials, I'm not going to do this to all of them right now, but give them the tiniest bit of emission of their own color. I'd have to do this to each of these, but I'm just going to do it to like the important ones. It's like, or things I can also more readily see. This, but not as bright. Like the tiniest bit of emission, not actual like a whole lot of emission. Just help the character be brighter in the environment. But then I would lose some like shadow stuff. Shadows don't affect it as much. Let me just try this on the lab coat as well. Because I don't know if I actually want this or not. It's just something that I thought was worth just trying out. Oh, yep, because that is also a thing. Yep, just a glowing lab coat. Don't mind that. So without, with. It shouldn't look like it's glowing, because that's also a concern. I just turned into a sun, and don't mind that. But yeah, as I said, again, I don't know if I actually want to do this or not, because this might look fine here, but then in a well-lit scene, this might look terrible. I ideally, like, I shouldn't have to change the character's materials from one scene to another, in theory. Let me look at this guy more up close again. So, this is what this is doing to him. He doesn't, not all his materials are emissive, like his eyes currently aren't. Now they are. Ooh, this is what I could do for like a robot person. If, as I said, I might do that with the hard difficulty AI or whatever. So we got that versus that, which might again be better for the. Oh, meant to mute that. Oh, that was my phone dying. Never mind. Okay, fun. Okay. Because would this be better for like a character style kind of thing, making them more visible in the distance? I did want to do something. One thing I do want to do with these characters, potentially, is have some way where just by looking at a character that's like in the distance, you can tell whether they are currently it or not it, like very easily. And idea I had for that was that they could have a slight kind of glow outline thing that's either like green if they're it, or red if they're it, green if they're not, maybe. That's something I could experiment with. Whether that's like a hard outline or like a fadey kind of outline. I was leaning more towards the fadey kind of one. There's something to play around with. I don't entirely know how to do that. Well, it would be doable, I think. Something I can play around with. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a bit, that does look a bit out of place. Let me go back to this. It's more being, yeah, lit by the scene. And do more tweaking to the scene to light this properly. I shouldn't necessarily need that emission because things aren't lit up properly. Because I then worry again that Because that means if he's in an area that's completely pitch black, he will still... It'll look obvious that he's like glowing slightly, which would not be something that I want. Okay, let me go back to... Do I try to make this look decent without the post-processing? No, because that doesn't matter so much. Let me try, once again, going to like... Is it the tint? Let me go back to pure white light. Let's get the character to look nice under pure, like in the distance like that, under pure white light. And then maybe that'll help. Get it to look fine even like when, yeah, it's not tinted. And then tint it after. Maybe that's worth a shot. Yeah, so that's what that's doing. But then as soon as I turn on the post-processing, then it's looking like that. Okay. Because yeah, the tint of the walls doesn't affect that much how dark things need to be. And then I can see how much tint looks good or bad afterwards. Okay, so let's me places with this. Ooh, so again, this is kind of what I want with the lights. Would be nice with this stuff looking better. Also, it's worth noting that none of this stuff has like ambient colors. Actually, let me go to shadows, midtones, and highlights. What if I just boost shadows? Nope. What if I boosted shadows? The order of this affects things, right? Ooh, well, I didn't. What did I move? I want to try moving this to the top, above the bloom. Move to top. Does this actually like... No, maybe it doesn't. I thought this would help boost the shadows. That's a very weird thing that I can do. Ooh, whew. Interesting. Okay, maybe not. None of this has any ambient lighting because of that comes from like the skybox or something, and because everything's closed in, it lacks that. And right now the skybox is black, but yeah, it's an interior scene, so that's not going to help too much. Like even like having like this, the ambient color, if I set that to this red, then you're not going to see it still, I believe. If things work like how I think they do. Yeah, as I thought. Although actually, if I boost like environment reflections to 1, that's still not going to show up, right? Because again, the environment, like this is an interior scene. Although, is there a way to almost boost like the equivalent of that ambient lighting in an interior scene in Unity? I'm not too sure. Yeah, this doesn't appear to be doing anything. Although it would if I had a hole where the you would see the skybox. So I guess that means also this I would leave that at 0. Oh, environmental reflection source skybox. Oh wait. Oh, custom. Oh, cube act. Okay. That's still coming from the sort of the skybox kind of thing anyway. Okay, so what's that? I can't add fog as a separate setting thing. This is something I can do. What? Oh, why is this like this? Is that because of... Okay. Oh, that's because of how... Okay, that's because of how messed up this looks. Maybe this shouldn't look this messed up without post-processing. Maybe that's also an error. Something that shouldn't necessarily be happening. It theoretically shouldn't, but I don't know how to work around that not being the case based on what I'm trying to achieve. Like, if I go back to just where is my this? Like, I turn off emission, let's just say for the moment. This will make everything completely black, if my understanding of how this There's nothing else lighting. This is the only thing that's providing lighting in the entire scene. So once it bakes lighting, everything should go pure black. Yep, as I thought. If I turn on emission, but like very dark, let me go like this, but then I'll boost it a little bit. I have the tiniest bit of lighting from that stuff. Then, well, let's just see what that does. It's still very dim, which is what I thought. Interesting. I mean, bam, there we go. I mean, dimly lit scene, woo, but then I turn on the post-processing, get rid of that part. Let's just see what I can do with this from just playing around. Oh, that's something. Ooh, interesting. Maybe sticking within more the realms of like, yeah, like having it look decent, like fine enough in post-processing is a step towards having it look proper in, or before post-processing, having it look good afterwards, after the fact. I mean, again, though, this is too dark. Although this isn't that bad with the lighting. Like, it's bright, but maybe it's like fine, because like you can have lights that kind of look bright, but they don't actually illuminate stuff that well, or like sort of like that's like a street lamp, or whatever. No, it would be like higher up, but like I don't know. Then like whatever it's lighting, whatever. Let me. Although one thing though, again, going out of this. Is the character lit up enough for this? I want to say no. Although I could take this and bump up the post exposure. I have those capabilities. Just hard for me to decide, like, how dark do I want the character? And, like, the environment. More so, like, the character and, like, the environment of just being able to see what you're running down. Maybe this dark is fine. Maybe not that dark. This dark. And have this be just the tiniest bit. No, not like that. Oh, I need to go up more. Okay. Like that. Yeah, that's fine. Huh. Although my worry of this is that this is all pure white light. If I tint this, is it going to run into the problem before where it doesn't really tint the objects? Because that's what was happening before, and that was why I needed to raise this so much, I believe. Let me just try that again. So let's make this like a pure red, and then if I bake this, am I going to see my guy turn more red? I mean, maybe it doesn't need to be tinted that much, but let's just see what this does. Okay, well, I'm not going to see the red cube get tinted red, but I tinted the wrong thing. I was like, wait, but this isn't... Yeah, I tinted the wall itself. Which still, I can have the wall be a different color, but I wanted to just try tinting this. Let's stick to the same intensity level. Okay. So do that, bake that, see what that's going to do for us, what that's going to look like. Or how does it tint the non-static objects? Oh, hey, actually it's tinting them right. What do you know? Even like without the post-processing? Huh, maybe that was my issue. I was just, maybe, yeah, ignoring how things were looking in without post-processing was kind of my downfall. I'll throw that later. Recycle it for the environment. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So maybe that was kind of what I was sort of doing wrong. Good to know. So that, because mainly this is tinting these objects. Cool. Again, this is dimly lit scene or whatever. Oh, that looks cool. I like that. I like the glow. And I can play around also with this kind of stuff too. Maybe have it then be not as strong. that's interesting. Whoa! Oh my god! Oh my god! That's cool. Maybe also because of stuff under here. Whoa! Okay, let me go on another tangent of messing around with things that could look cool. I'm looking for my wall thing again. What other colors can I tint this? Whoa! I can tint a color like this. I can also tint different wall pieces, different colors. Theoretically, I'd have to make them their own materials. I'm tired. I go to bed. See you next time. Have fun. I am having fun. This is now that things are actually working. Whoa, this is weird, interesting neon-y stuff. Things were dropping by, and yeah, we're making cool progress. Things are being interesting. All that. Make this like an orange again. Something like that. Play around with what this is gonna do for us. Oh, let me turn off fog. That was supposed to be on. That shouldn't have been having an effect though, because it had a distance of 0. Yeah. All right. Interesting. I wanted to test this being orange like fire. No real reason why, but because I can. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Ooh. Interesting. This reminds me of if it was like an incinerator room kind of thing where you have all this like orangey and this like dark metal. Interesting idea. Let me now take this. So this is what it's looking like without. Oh, it's so dark without. And I like, yeah, that makes sense. I boost it so much. Fascinating. I got like this, yeah, perfect amount here. Oh. Interesting what that's doing. Huh. Oh, I like this. I like this, but maybe things are now still too dark. Although, again, it could kind of fit the thing I was sort of saying that I was going for a little bit. Or like, again, character being too dark, maybe. Although if I reduce the intensity and then bump up the post-exposure and then reduce the intensity again. How's that like green now? Interesting. Okay, now it's maybe too much. Interesting. Again, though, for the sake of what I'm trying to test, go even more dimly lit. Interesting. Let me go back up a lot more. This looks cool. Maybe it's too foggy, but it looks cool. Actually, I can make it less if I just do. Yeah, this is interesting. Interesting. Maybe back up a little bit. Back to I don't know. Maybe go back to the more fridge-esque looking thing for a freezer, kind of like the blue we have with that. See what that looks like. Actually, let me try the dark blue and then try the other blue. A lot of switching between menus, just trying to find the right buttons that do different things. Ooh, interesting. Oh, he's very dark now. That makes sense, given the context of what's happening. Interesting. Again, maybe it is fine. Like, this is something that I more so have to test with, like, gameplay, but maybe it is fine. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, yeah, the threshold of how dark, like, characters and all that can be before it becomes a problem. We'll see. Again, we're not going for a horror game here. Sorry to disappoint. Let me try this, though, and now go more towards cyan again. I click around, do a bunch of buttons. Like what am I looking for? What thing am I trying to change here? Let's go like pure cyan like this, and then I might go for something kind of in the middle. Okay, just those. Just see what that does. Just to see. Ooh, neat. Ooh, neat. Interesting. Interessant. So let's go maybe like this in between kind of color. Just because. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So now though, I can play around with all this stuff a bit more. Just to see what other kind of stuff I can do. I don't know, maybe I go back to the orange. Actually, I'm not too sure. I don't know which is better. I mean, not that like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I go back like this. Actually, that might be too yellow. I don't know if I made it orange enough. We're about to find out. I'm waiting to... Yeah, that's a bit too yellow. Go more like this. I suppose. Uh-huh. And again, take a look at it, how it looked without the post-processing, keeping in mind what this is looking like, which, yeah, that's how that is. Now, yeah, the bloom is doing a lot here. Although, interesting. Again, there's some lights underneath here. That's another thing that's contributing to this. Now, there's a sphere here and there's a cylinder here. You can't really see those. And again, like, is that a problem? That might be something that kind of requires further testing to really know. Although when I do this, now I can see them more. This really doesn't feel dimly lit, though. Again, is thing I keep going back to. Like, I like the intense lights, but it looking dimly lit. I kind of had that at different stages of me doing this. I keep losing it in my attempts to make it look even better. No, no, it looked better at some other point. I don't know. Oh, no, maybe I go something like this. Okay, something like this. Ooh, there we go. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I think I'd be happy with this. Let me test this being 0.9 and 1. Interesting. What that's looking like when it's like that. Interesting. It's interesting the difference that between 0.9 and 1, that's making quite a lot of a difference. Oh, that is doing a thing. Oh, interesting. Skip iterations. Oh, interesting. That's something I'm not going to mess with right now. Okay, and that's making that look like this, and then I'm just brightening everything up a lot. Although when I do, I don't know what these kind of artifacts are, if there's things that, anything I can do about that. Not that it should be that bright to begin with, but it's also other things I can play around with, like the saturation. All that. This is interesting that this becomes more red. Is it because, let me test something real quick. I'm going to put this down probably, but on this is because of how red I made it. If I lean just a bit more towards orange. I just want to see if I can get this super saturated version of these lights to look more orange and then reduce the saturation. Just because, I guess. Okay. Nope. How far do you need to go? Because there was a point where it like very quickly became more looking yellow. Although, am I going to have a point where this looks like orange when it's super saturated, and I desaturate it and it's going to look yellow? Is that what's going to happen? Maybe. Also, don't know if I should be raising up the intensity of these at all. For now, I'm going to say no. So already it's looking more yellow, but now let me take this and then, yeah, that turned yellow. That is indeed what happened there. Okay, so I guess I go back up to it being more orange. If I can find the right things that I'm trying to click here. So something like this, and then I bake that. All right. There we go. Interesting. Another thing I can experiment with. Again, tinting this isn't going to change much, right? Might not, actually, let me just double check. If I bake this, am I going to notice that green? Just to see. I might actually show up more because the emission is actually a lot less than it was before. So actually this might show up more. Let's find out. Or not, no. It was making a very minor difference, but I don't think I would want it anyway. I'll keep it as white. Unless I want it to be orange, but I'll leave it as white. Okay. I can also play around with these. I don't know how much that's going to affect things. Again, I don't think, because of the emission, I think that's kind of overriding a lot of that. Yeah. Now the walls, I could tint them as well. Let me try, again, just for the sake of testing, tinting it like a green, like that, and then baking this, seeing what that's going to do. I'm going to guess because how dark things were initially before the post-processing, I'm going to guess not a whole lot. But it looks like it's going to affect things a little bit anyway. Oh, okay. You notice it a little bit. Interesting. So may I go back to the tinting blue? Although with that being like opposite to orange, I don't know if that's going to be something that I want. Let's just try it. Just see what happens. So now if I generate this, will I be able to? It looks like the walls just kind of aren't there now. I mean, maybe it shouldn't be tinted quite that blue, but yeah, back to white. Let me tint it a little bit blue, I guess, or something like that. Okay, and then I can take another dab at post-processing. Well, actually, I'm curious of one other thing that I'm probably going to undo almost immediately. I take this and bump up the intensity just by 1 and then bake that. I was kind of curious, like, how much of a difference is that going to make? And I'll probably bump it down after. Back to what it was. Mainly I'm curious of then now if I reduce the exposure. Okay. Huh. Oh, I didn't mean to make that negative, but so without post-processing, it's doing that. Whoa, that reminds me of Half-Life. Something about how that is looking currently. So now if I take this, I'd have to, okay, let me just remember it right now. So 0.6455. I'm probably going to undo this. I don't need to memorize these. Oh, this became very, whatever you'd call that. Oh, this is very, very finicky. Right, that really play around with that. Interesting. Yeah, let's back up. Let's back up. It was looking better before. Yeah, do that. Generate lighting again. Okay. I think, yeah, this is looking pretty good. Or dimly lit thing. Is this? Oh, it's interesting how that is. Oh, it wasn't. Was I not in the game view? Oh. Or, yeah. Okay. So we got that. Let me go back to also seeing how this is looking between like this and this. Weird. Why? Wow. Interesting. Why is that slightly affecting the lighting? Mainly those ones in the distance like aren't even. Huh. I don't know why that is. Also, I'm just noticing that these lights in the very distance aren't lighting up much at all. But maybe that's okay just because of their angle or whatever. Interesting. Also, because they're in the distance, they would be like very dark. So I guess that kind of makes sense a little bit. I also notice just this. Would this? I don't know. What would make that better? Okay, so I have this. No, I'm noticing I can see zoomed out all the way this little bit of whatever's going on. If I go back to this being 16 by 9. No, I can see it, and I don't like that. When I exaggerate this little bit of like weird line stuff, I can see it a little bit when I don't have any post exposure. Or when I have a lot less anyway. I don't like that, and I'd like that to not be there. This looks decent, but I don't like that being there. That's just because of the something to do with the scattering. I would guess. Maybe go back just to start. Go back to this being tinted back just to pure white. I think that actually kind of look a bit better. And then, so again, this is what it's looking like without the post-processing in a moment. So again, like these aren't emitting like that much, but right now they're the only lighting in the scene. Ooh, lighting. Ooh, what in gaming? Hello, hello. Yeah, we're experimenting with lighting things, which are being interesting. Yeah. Simply put, we are achieving some interesting results that we're continuing to play around with. Nothing I can mess around with this fog and see what. Oh, that is very quick to overpower everything. Interesting. Whoa. Okay, this is quite cool, but unfortunately, this is an effect that's gonna break the second I move the camera because. Well, not necessarily, but it's just like this is a proximity thing. So I'd have to do something different if I wanted like this room to be all glowy. Like as soon as I turn around here, now it's gonna be like whatever's in the distance that is looking like that, which is would be a bit strange for a big full level. So as cool as this looks for this one camera angle, it doesn't really work for a proper moving around kind of a thing. Unless unless I wanted there to be this fog that's like going throughout the whole level. Which I got up to a very like tiny degree maybe. Or something like that. Help. Or something like that. Okay. So what other things can I do to make this, to try and make this look better? One thing that's currently not existing at all is shadows. Right now, none, like our only lighting in the scene is coming from baked lighting. So no static objects like our player here are going to have shadows whatsoever. Now it is a dark scene, but things should still have ideally a little bit of shadows. So so if I want something, so first of all I need what light is going to cast a shadow. Am I going to have some separate lights that are going to be having shadows? Or would I want all of these to be looking like they're casting shadows? That would be the really cool thing. To do that, I would have to, I guess, make some other like maybe point lights on those that are very maybe dim, so the lights themselves. Oh, actually, how would I do that in the best way? Let me see what I can do with probably a point light. Oh, set to being very dim. Wow, that is. Wow. Oh, that's on. Huh. Interesting. That's the ground that's causing that to happen so much. Interesting. Actually, that's kind of cool for how that is. Make that just even dimmer. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. But soft shadows. Let's see if I can basically have this be dim, but still casting shadows on the player here. Let's put it like above him. So I mean, okay, it might be hard to kind of see the shadows on this thing that isn't like a proper ground. But let's just see what I can get out of this. I mean, even shadows. Oh, that looks very creepy. Let's bring back that light to the front of you. There's definitely also actually stuff with this material that could be improved. That's not how skin should look. But it is stuff we can play around with. Okay. So, one thing. This weird glowy thing on the floor. Okay, let me actually. Well, first let me just try tinting this. Ooh, I can do interesting things. I was gonna say tinting kind of the same sort of color as these other lights, because ideally I would be treating, and do something to have it look like all these point lights are. All these lights are doing stuff that's gonna make shadows. Oh, that's also a thing. I can't see. Turn that off for a moment. This might be harder than I thought it was going to be, and maybe something I should have been accounting for or more early on in our lighting process. Because ideally, here, I guess I put this on all of these. Would I want this to be a point light or some other type of light? I can deal with like the range and all that. Here, let me just start by basically copying all these lights onto just the ones, just this stuff in this like hallway. And see if I can make this work for providing some shadows and stuff onto our other objects here. Okay, so I do this. Yep, that is my eyes. Okay, to start, first of all, what's range gonna do? Oops, let me make sure any settings I'm changing, I want to now be changing on all of these lights. So it needs to be affecting a large range if I want it to be casting shadows on faraway things. Intensity needs to be very non-existent. Is there any way I could almost have lights that don't do any lighting but only make things cast shadows? That would be neat. I don't entirely know how I could do such a thing. A way that would be easy to set up. That's not going to be a big pain to set up for like each light. It's culling mask stuff. Although, I can't. This is a it might require some Googling. Unity. Can I have light only cast shadow? Ooh. Projectors. Hmm. This is 2012. That's might just not be. Yeah. Cast shadows from a light source. Oh, does this? Wait, you can use the coloring mask on the light to ignore objects that you flagged as static. Shadows might also get the light that goes in. It seems to look at the light. Yeah. This is actually basically what I'm doing. So I could have those lights on a separate. Ignore objects. But then would it still cast shadows onto those static objects? I'm gonna play around with this. So I'm putting everything here into like, I think I have an environment layer. Yeah, so I'll do that real quick. And all my things that are counting as like non-static things, which is gonna be all this, and me, and elf guy. Make a new layer right now, just call it like dynamic lighting testing. Making sure testing is in that name so I remember to get rid of this later if this doesn't work. Let's try doing that to start. And then going these lights here. Calling mask to take off, so it would go nothing, and then only go dynamic lighting. Ooh, okay. Oh, interesting. But, well, one, that's still very doing whatever it is that is doing. That's partially because of post-processing stuff. So let me take off the post-processing for the moment. So that's gonna, well, it's only gonna light everything that's moving around. But in terms of shadows, still not really seeing. Or am I? Okay, it's casting shadows like, I guess maybe from the object to itself, and it would cast shadows from here to here. But I would want this to be able to cast a shadow like on the floor, on the walls. Let me go back to testing just one point light real quick. Yeah, so that is definitely doing shadow stuff. Make that super bright. Yep, that is what that's doing. But no shadows. It's hard to also, but maybe a bit hard to test with this like grid floor here. So let me maybe just quickly make a new floor under the player. Let's make like a cube. Rather than just, I don't want to place all the floor right now. So just having this, even having this on dynamic lighting testing. Yep, I'm gonna see this. Actually, what? I'm not even seeing this having shadows. What? I mean, okay, I have it being really bright, but like I would think this, like, I want the player here to be casting shadow onto this floor. Even when right now it's marked as dynamic or whatever and not static. Why are you not doing that? I mean, let me make you not actually that bright. That might be a first step. I'd like to see a shadow. What? Wait, what am I missing here? This should be like a trivial thing to sort of do. Just have a light cast shadows. What am I missing? Wait, hold on. We're going to a new scene real quick. Let me just test something real quick. No, I'm not, like, it's something with that I have a cube here, and make another cube. Yeah, shadows. Shadows are I don't. There's nothing messed up with like my rendering asset thing that's making shadows not work. Although actually, hold on, that's a directional light. Let me double check that. Point lights can cast shadows, right? Maybe that's not a thing. Oh, what? Oh wait, let me bring you back to. Put this stuff kind of back over here, like the center of the world. Boost that up. Maybe point lights can't cast real-time shadows anyway, which is gonna suck. 'Cause then I need a way around this. Okay, so it is the thing with the light. Can spotlight cast shadows? Okay. Excuse me, why are you just going through? What? Weird. And that's not even casting a shadow, it's just the light going through. But I'm guessing that's also happening with the point light. If I did this... Weird. So, how do I handle this? How do I do anything with this? Again, so directional light, yeah, that cast in shadows how I think it should be doing that. And I know if I baked the lighting, it would probably have shadows or something like that. So Unity point light shadows. Let's just do this as a generic thing. Oh, it's URP. That's what I'm looking for. Point lights do not cast shadows yet. It's in research. It's 2020. Only directional lights limited to one, and spotlights do. Oh, this was a year ago. Yeah, I can bake said lighting, yeah. Seems like a really big flaw. Interesting. Yeah, I get it's a bad thing on performance. Okay, let me look more into, I don't know, other potential options. How do I go about this? Mainly, the only things that really you're gonna be moving around, I think, are gonna be like moving platforms, maybe, and all the characters running around. I'd like them to have shadows underneath them. Even just like, Okay, in an outdoor scene, yeah, I can just have one big directional light. But it would have been nice if I could have had that... wait. Okay, so maybe I can't, Because I also do want a solution that's going to work decent for performance stuff. So I get that having a bunch of real-time shadow stuff being calculated probably ain't the greatest on performance. So let me go back here for a moment. So I could cheat and go something like, okay, so I guess I'm not having my point lights then. The only reason I was having them was for shadows. So I can have them not exist. Which, okay. Let me go back to all these things, this layer that I made. Let me get all that stuff off of that layer. So alt to that, and then add a layer. By add, I just mean getting rid of that one. Okay. So my other idea for doing shadows, oh wait, maybe I actually needed that anyway, was just by having a directional light that's shining overhead everything anyways, but in some way that can kind of go through the roof. Actually, I think it would already do that because the roof's all one-sided, but maybe do something like that. Just at least have some sort of shadows for the players and stuff. So just go light, directional light. Wait, hold on. Oh, that's the wrong way. I just have it be straight down for the moment. Now, yeah, this brightens up everything in a way I don't want. I want this to be really dark. Wait, you're not. Wait, am I? Are you not even casting shadows still? What? What's with you? You should be. Excuse me. Oh wait, right. That seems like an important step. Oh yeah, shadows. Yeah, I guess. Okay, well. Cool. I mean, that is lighting everything a lot more in a way I don't want. But again, is there like a way that I could have this not happen too much? And it's gonna lighten up the ground. I mean, also this doesn't need to be facing like straight down, but I mean right now it just is. Gimbal lock, no. Could have it be facing more like this just for now. It does light up everything a little bit more. Tint that just a little bit like that. I guess, I suppose. What do you look like if I make you like completely sideways like this? I would almost consider having the light shadow stuff for the players be completely straight down, because well, actually, no, that'd be more for like if a third-person game thing. You'll just see, like, help you like judge your jumps better. But I guess in first person it doesn't matter as much. Okay, that's fine. I think I can live with that. I do want to just go back to, just want to test one more thing. Is just that if I make another layer here, and it's called test, just put the player on here. Not the player, like, you know, this is kind of represent the player. Wait, I've had post-processing turned off for a while. Oops. Yes, let's get that back on. Which then makes this stuff also look brighter in a way that I don't know if I want. Actually, before I do my test here, let me go back to just these shadows underneath here. Basically, how dark can I get this now after post-processing, like after having disabled the post-processing stuff? Okay. Or turned on the post-processing stuff, I should say. Is this a problem? That's coming from, oh, that's coming from the directional light, I think. So I'm not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, okay, so, oh yeah, shadows. We're also getting shadows like on things, like shadows being on like self shadows or whatever you'd call that. Okay, so that helps. And this cube here also casting some shadows. Nice, all right. Glorious. If I bake the lighting now, that's not gonna change anything, right? Your sets are real time, so you shouldn't. Then just, double check, make sure. Unless that lighting is going to provide some global illumination. Okay. I don't think anything is different. Okay. What next? What was I about to do? I was going to test if... so I put the player thing on a model, or on a layer called test. And now I want to set this directional light as its culling mask to only be... nothing, to be just this test thing. That doesn't, but that's not going to cast shadows on the underneath area, right? That's what I thought, which is the problem. Even just doing this, like that's the same as what I just had. I could set also probably its render mode to be important, whatever that actually affects, because I imagine in this case it would be, because it's the lighting that's affecting the shadows on the player, so I would consider that important. More important compared to some other lighting things. Okay, so I just have to accept the fact that now all the ground is going to be slightly brighter just to be able to have shadows on things. Now, fine. Very well then. I mean, okay, this is in an interior scene, I should specify. In an exterior scene, this wouldn't be the case. Or like this directional light would be part of the proper lighting in the scene, so I don't have to worry about that quite so much. Okay, let's put this back to default and then get rid of that test layer again. Okay. So how are we looking now? I think things are still a bit too bright. And the ground is a bit brighter now as we did that. We do a bit more playing around with this. Once again. Because again, it's too bright for the whole point of what I've been saying. Again, this is supposed to be a dark thing. I turn this off. This is how well this is. Okay. Even this the ground looks too bright in this. I need to get a mobile control set up. Oh, interesting. I've dabbled in that a little bit, not for a while. I imagine there's probably some YouTube tutorials that would help you out with that. We could follow along with in all of that. I know Unity has this like new input system now, but I haven't dabbled with it too much. I've attempted to and struggled a lot. So that's my experience with that. But that was just for desktop things. I don't know how that converts to mobile stuff. Maybe it's better for that. I don't know. But yeah. Okay. So yeah. All right, what else was I going to do with this? Okay, so this on its own, I think, looks too bright. So what I would... Either I have the directional light just be darker, which I can do. In this scene, I think it's fine that the shadows are really dark, because there's not that much to begin with. Just that they're slightly there to begin with. So... just so I can see it like the tiniest amount here, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so there we go. That fixes that problem. And now... oh, there we go. Now it's dark. We've nailed it. However, though, in actuality, let me just experiment a bit with... aha! That is things. I'm trying to... oh, that's the fog. Oh, weird. Interesting. How that's doing things. You can't even see them. Yeah. Here, let me do one thing. Let me turn off this fog real quick, because that is affecting some things that I don't necessarily want it to be. This gets so bright with the character still being so dark. Just that's all I can say. Just Okay, I'm gonna back to this. No, not to that. To this. Okay, maybe this is good enough for now. Like, I can tweak this endlessly. I can maybe just say, like, hey, this is fine for now. Maybe now is a good time to move on to those other scenes. Move away from the interior dark, move on to the interior light thing. Maybe I could revisit this. Is there any shader graph stuff I want to do before I move on, though? I was considering, like, doing some camera shader stuff that could help with the sort of art style kind of thing. I don't know. Right now, this is doing nothing. I can do this and have it invert the colors. Bam. Wait. Oh. It did invert the colors, I think. Just so dark it became so bright, but I think I should still be able to see a little bit of detail. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. I'm not actually going to invert things, so that's fine. Let me just maybe play around a little bit with what sort of weird, funky things can I do with this? I can remap stuff. I wonder if here, let me put this in here. This goes from 0 to 1. If I put it from like 0.5 to 1, this will bump up the brightness of everything. No. This isn't working how I think it is. This is outputting a bunch of things that are between 0 and 1. Am I... That is... Or... I forget whether this happens before or after the post-processing. So let me just fiddle with that real quick. Some experimenting here. Okay, so now it's making... This is doing this. Set this to 1. Okay, yeah, I think it is doing this to the camera and then the post-processing is happening afterwards. Maybe, I don't know. So this is something. This should leave everything unchanged. Yes, okay. What happens if I do this? This will... Oh, it darkens everything. What happens if I do that after doing this? Interesting. 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 Okay. I mean, okay, what if I did this? What? Okay. Put this at -1. This will... Yeah, no. Put this at a larger value than this. This will basically just invert it, right? That's going to do the same thing as inverting. Yeah, that's what I thought. What do I put this at? 0.3. Should, no? The other thing's going to the 0.2. Or maybe this isn't how this works. I don't want 1 and 0.8. Whatever. No. Okay. What about what other things can I do? LURP, maybe? Not inverse LURP. LURPing how the color grading is doing things. Perhaps. I don't know what I'm looking for necessarily. Just experimenting. Doing this to this is going to... Is that the same? I think so. Is it? Let me double check. With nothing having been changed, yeah, it should be identical to how it just was. Yep, okay. From that to that. What could I do here? From this to the inverted one, based on... This would do some things. Nope. How about this? Nope. This? Nope. Like a 0.1. Whoa, interesting. Weird. Interesting. Yet weird. Interesting. Wow, this is effectively just applying a tint to everything. That's not necessarily what I was going for. Don't know what I'm going for. Right now I'm also doing something that's being applied to like the camera. I could do stuff that gets more applied to each individual object that could affect like smoothness and all that. Or like tune shading. Go down that route. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I do just move on. Can't think of anything interesting to do with camera stuff right now. Yeah, fine. Okay. I'm just trying to like ramp the color differently. I could ramp it through something that I put through like something that's like linear. Can I do that? How would I do that? So I could take the pixel value and then do the remap, but or not remap. Some other thing that can like not remap. What kind of remap? But in a way where I have more control over how different things get treated. Nah, I don't know. Okay, whatever. I can't think of anything, so I guess I'm just gonna not do that. On objects themselves, though, is there anything interesting I could do? And do I want to? Am I happy with how this is in terms of the smoothness and metallic and all that? Like, go to materials on my guy here. Go to like the skin material. He is very dark and hard to see. This might be something that's better done. He shouldn't be smooth, right? Or he should be completely not smooth, I think. Or this makes him look like kind of an action figure kind of a thing. If I go back to, like this and this. That's something. What I want it to be? Yeah, I think actually I do, right? If I remember this correctly, I would want smoothness down on everything here. I don't want him to be reflective. Do this, again, if I want him to be more like some kind of porcelain doll or something. Or like an action figure or something, but... although, actually, do this, but then I think in the pupil, iris, and eyes, I want to make them glossy, right? So putting this up a lot. I think. Oh, that's an alien. Interesting. Could have them be emissive. Oh my. Well, I'm an alien now. It's confirmed. No, I don't know. Actually, I'm curious just what that looked like in with all the lighting. Oops. Oh, that's bright. I'm just a glowing ball of whatever. Wait, I can go full Terminator or something in that domain. Lol, indeed. Yeah, it's funny. What happens if I just do more testing, playing around because I can, make each of these like glow their own color? Well, I don't know if black will glow, but okay, that's not gonna. Fine. Well, that's in the eye part. Do like this, and then pupil. This can't glow black. That's not how that works. Is this for the AI tag? Yes, but more so kind of learning Unity stuff in general to a degree. And just kind of playing around. Just trying to make my game look graphically better in just a lot of... Well, this is not that. But, hold on. But yeah, just trying to make my game look graphically better. And just experimenting with different things. Kind of trying to learn. So I think I did want... Yeah, eyes, pupil, and iris to be all more glossy. Not that you can really see it here. But I think now's a good time probably to move over to the next lighting testing facility. So I'm gonna duplicate the scene, interior light, go with this, and now let's start doing this scene. I need to get a move on. I don't have all the time in the world to do this, and we can kind of, to a degree, we can sort of come back to some of this later. 'Cause I do still have a lot of other programming-y things to do. I just wanted to dabble in this a little bit. Yeah. Okay, what am I looking for? I want to make a new... Do I need to make a new pipeline asset? I don't know if I do. I'm looking for... it's in the lighting settings of the scene here. Yeah. In here, in scenes, in lighting testing, interior dark. I have some things here. So I made some rendering asset things as if I was going to make one for each of the 4 scenes, but I don't think I do now that I'm doing this stuff. Oh. That's a thing? I don't know what difference this makes. Oh. I probably want high dynamic range of whatever. Or I don't know what this is going to do. I don't know how that would impact performance. Whatever. Anyways, that's not what I was looking for. So, wait, cast shadows. Is that not that's a separate thing or something? Oh, that's for additional light. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what that is. Okay. Interesting. So what I was looking for though was, so I was gonna make one of these for each individual scene. I don't think I need to now. So I think I'm rather just going to go make just one for lighting testing, and then later incorporate that into the main things, just so it's still separate from the main things for now. Wait, this was a rendering asset, and then this is a rendering pipeline thing that I don't think I... yeah, okay. Just making sure like everything here should stay the same, I think. I'll see if... okay, actually, no. This is something that does need to be different because, well, actually, I don't know that right now. If I do camera shader stuff... No, okay, I'll leave it all the same for right now. Camera shader stuff, if I make some camera shader stuff that's like unique depending on the level, that would be something I would need to change here, I think. So, but for now, though, I'm just going to let this be all unique. Or all in one, I mean. Okay, camera lighting testing material. Something like that. Okay, then is there anything else I need to change? So the post-processing is going to be something new. So let me go to where this is. Yep, let me make clone it. Rename this to interior light post-processing. And then this is going to go in a new thing. Actually, so are also these. No. Yeah, both of these are going to come out of here. Anything else? What's the post-processing profile? Yeah, no. Okay. In this scene, let me now go... I don't know if I'm going to make new geometry for this scene, but let me just start by just doing one thing. It's going to be... I don't know, easy to notice change of just making everything brighter, because now we're doing that now. It's in now twice, whatever. Let there be light. Okay, whatever. Let me just bake the lighting stuff, so it's going to make a new folder for the scene, and then I can dump the post-processing thing in there in a moment. Just let it do all of that stuff. Yep, okay, so that's... I want to put this in here. Okay. And that's that. Okay, so now... lighting settings. Interior dark lighting settings. Oh, shoot. I want to make new lighting settings. Yes, and this is going to be interior lighting settings, I guess. Now that I've done that, let me just generate lighting again. Okay. Okay, so now, I kind of want some kind of a window, something that's like really, really bright light can be shining through. Although I purposely, because it's instilled, well, I think of what I want to do. So my one thing I wanted to do, that I had an idea of, was that one thing I wanted to do was theming wise to make it like green, like a lot of green stuff. Have like this like toxic ooze that's like glowing, and that could be a very well lit light source. But I also another idea of doing something with like this kind of a window or something that's casting light in. Although I don't know if having that makes it not interior. I mean, it can still be interior, but there's exterior light coming in. That makes sense. Let me start by turning off the post-processing here. Actually, I'm going to turn off all the lighting stuff just so I can see better. So I don't think I'm going to stick with this chain floor thing, or whatever you would call that. Do I start by... now let me kind of think of what I'm doing before I start deleting things willy-nilly. So, do I design this in Paint? Just a quick like mock-up of like, what am I imagining what this could look like? That'll be easy to make, but kind of tests things that I wanted to test. So I don't know if I need to have a hallway. I could have a hallway, or just have like a corner of like a wall. Okay, getting an idea. What if I just have like a corner of a room, or like one side of a room, have this amazing drawing skills. Amazing. Actually, maybe I should, so light shining in onto, like, I want to be able to see a clearly visible, like, this being a shadow from the window. I want to see that and have it look good. But I had the idea of, like, over here, there could be some kind of just, like, flowing, like, this being, like a hole in the floor that's, it's, like, glowing green stuff. Look cool. This being, like, parallel with the wall, I guess. Whoops. And then, dimensions of the room. This could hit, like, this could go along one edge of the room. So then this being a wall that goes up. Can you see the roof of this room? I would say sure. So something like this. Drawn so expertly. I guess that's going to go along that edge. Something like that. But then what do I do with this far wall? I don't want to just leave it blank. That's an easy thing I can do. I could reuse the same metal wall asset thing that I got. I don't know. Let's see. Let me think more. I could have... What else could I do? Just trying to think before I go far into doing it. This is still baking? Really? Why? Huh. Sure. Let you do your thing. Also might be having to end things off soonish, but... Still do a bit of thinking. Okay, I mean, I could have a window against this wall, but I don't really want to then have to make stuff that's like outside the window. I more so want a window to just be a light source, kind of. Have light shining in. I could have more of corner of the room, like I was going to do before with the interior scene, or like the dark version of the scene. I don't know, I'm a bit stumped. I could just start making this and then see if I come up with a better idea as I'm making it. Wait, I said I want this to be well lit. What else is going to be a light source in this room that's going to make it well lit? I need other lights. The things that look like they're providing light. I can have point lights all I want around places, but having some actual stuff that looks like... Ooh, oh, okay. What if I more so had... Okay, something that more so shows off the roof, like have a longer room, and have those like ceiling lights that that you find in like offices or whatever. Have some of those. So like if I can find like a picture reference, that might make this easier to kind of follow along with. So like office lights, the square lights, not kind of like this sort of, I guess. I mean, not that. Like this, but against the roof. I could have a hanging thing, but nah, that'd be too much work. This sort of stuff, but completely solid color kind of a light. Like, kind of more like that. There we go. Kind of like that, I guess. So like this, maybe. Okay, so have this flipped, and on this wall have thing shining in. Oh, there's like a little bookshelf thing like this. I can make like a desk too, that I can see lighting, shadows, more complicated shadow stuff. Okay, why don't I basically copy this? I kind of want to mirror it though. I don't know, in my head I imagine the light coming in being on the right. So why don't I basically just copy this image? Let me save it then. Not save link. No. Save image as, I'm just going to save this in the Unity project for right now. No, I won't save it in the assets folder, but with my planning stuff. So out here. Interior, reference. So maybe I'll make the table. I'm not gonna go too far detailed with this, but yeah. Let's see what I come up with. So to start with, I guess I'm gonna delete. I'm just gonna delete. Well, I'm also gonna. I want to be able to test the character's environment. So the character will be in the environment somewhere. Literally, like same pose kind of thing. I guess I'll probably at a point where I can delete the elf character. Don't really need him anymore. Okay, global illumination is still finishing up. Why are you? Wait. Oh no, did this? It changed the CPU. Oh no. Oh no. When did that happen? Oh. Shoot. The OBS recording would have been lagging because of that. Oops. Didn't realize it switched over when I made a new lighting setting thing. I guess because I hit new, that might make sense. Oh, it did. It reset everything. I was hoping it would make a clone. I know I had this down to 10. I'm too tired to work on anything right now. Fair enough. I want to disable this to make it happen faster. I didn't have any occlusion on. Okay, this will be the scene where I care more about lighting stuff. It's kind of hard to, I guess, test some of that light stuff in the low lighting conditions, but now I can have those things be more, I'm going to say, lit properly. So I'm actually going to start by maybe putting the camera where it would be, and then kind of adjusting the room around that. So I guess, is it going to face the wall head on, or should it be at slightly a bit of an angle? I'm going to go head on, maybe 90, but then let me tilt it down ever so slightly. Maybe just like 5. Wait, where's the origin of the world? Is there? Okay. So maybe I go like the walls kind of, or the room's kind of like this. So then put the camera like there. There. Lift it up. Like this. Yes. Okay, then build the room around that. So I technically don't I technically don't need the back wall. I'm also gonna delete that now. Throw my model out of the way right now. That too. I don't need the back walls, but because it's an interior scene, I'm gonna give it walls on all sides anyways, just because it can. So let me go. No, environment. If I do this, because this is all child object stuff, can I do this and get? No, it's gonna. I could do it. Oh wait, hold on. No, I can just do this, or I can shift select all this. Right? Yes. Okay. Forgot I can do that. Except actually, I want to, I guess, turn this stuff around. No, actually not. I'm gonna basically rebuild this out of. You don't see me talk. I'm probably struggling to get something to work. Fair enough. I'm kind of doing the same. Okay, so yeah, let's just delete this. Start from kind of scratch. So get a cube. That's gonna be the ground. Oh, I didn't need to. Oh no, yeah. No, actually, it's fine. Yep. Okay. Put that in there. Make this more ground-like. Why are you so small? You're quite small, right? Yeah. The size of the other things, I think it was like 4x4. Or no, maybe it's just 2x2. Yeah, okay, so I take this, what's it gonna be? I call it floor, or ground, or what do I call the other ones? I call them floor, I think. Just have the naming be a little consistent or something. Oh, bring back, I guess this. Well, nope, now I can't really see too well. Material-wise, I guess we're gonna go and make some kind of a ground material. Lighting testing. At metal ground, let's go. Probably might be like a carpet or wood or something. Let's go office ground. I guess I'm not doing the. I'm still gonna do the toxic waste kind of thing. I don't know. I thought it would maybe look cool, but maybe just do this. Light coming in, lights above. Glowy green stuff can be an afterthought. I just thought it would be cool with the what I'm already doing with like emission stuff. Do I make this out of? Maybe I just size this for now for this like test thing. I just size this for the room as one big floor, and then make a wall. Let's go like 10 tall and then 0.1 on the sides. Could have just rotated it, but whatever. You shouldn't be that tall. Just 5? Okay, how's this for, I want this to be, it's very dark. Well, that would make sense. Let me turn off the, the post-processing is dark. Why, alright, well, okay, maybe have just this directional light be a lot lighter for right now, and then just generate the lighting with that being the case, just so I can kind of see things a bit better, or something like that. Now I should be able to turn this back on, so I can see. Why is it still getting some of this orange? The area light, I'm gonna turn that off, or delete that for right now. The light probe group, I'll probably have to, well yeah, I am gonna have to make a new thing for light probes or whatever. The reflection probe is gonna go to the center of this room. No point in baking it yet. Okay. Again, this room isn't gonna be too tall. Well, it could be needs to work with the height of the player. It's like the player, it should look like, if I use him as a bit of a reference for scale, you know, it should make sense that he's sitting in this room. Like, this is a very tall room for him. I mean, he's on his one knee. He'd be slightly taller standing all the way, but let's just make this, I guess maybe 2 was fine. Maybe like a 2.5. 2.5. It can be a tall room. Just not so tall that it's weird. Okay, that seems fine. I guess this will actually get a different material. Oh, I didn't even give this the office ground. And then I guess I'm going to make an office wall material. I don't know what these are going to be yet. It might not even stay being an office. We'll see. Okay, well, this is hard to line up, but whatever. Okay. just kind of do this for now. And then give it a little ceiling. There we go. And we're probably going to have a separate roof material as well. Okay, we got our room. I guess for now I'm just going to place like one random like a point light or something in here just to have lighting. Okay, we got that. Now let's have it do some shadows, soft shadows. Why am I not seeing said shadows? I'm not seeing these shadows like on the floor. All right, this is problems I was having before, right? Oh yeah, yeah. I'm aware of this. Okay, so now I did say wait. I'm already. I need like the wall where there's the window to be more of a prominent thing, which I think would mean that and I actually only I think I'm actually only gonna have one. I don't need both walls being shown. Like do it like, and just move the camera like this kind of. Yeah. Which that means that maybe the whole room doesn't need to be as big, but whatever, it's probably fine. Let's get this more exact because I can. Something like this. Maybe even a bit closer. Maybe 0.5. I guess that works. So now I wanted this like window thing here. So first let me basically place where the window is gonna be. Maybe I should make this out of planes, but whatever. Nah, that's fine. Let's just not have it be isometric and then I can see better. Let me make use a cube to say like where the whole of the window is gonna be, and then build the walls around it. Layers maybe? Layers with what? I'm not sure what that's referring to. Yeah, the shadows thing. We've already I already learned before that point lights can't do shadows, can't do real-time shadows. They can do baked shadows. That's just a thing with URP. I think you can do them in the HDRP, high definition render pipeline, but it's not good on performance at all. Wow. So let me just color this like something I can clearly see as a different color. And position this so it makes a good window. Something like here. I imagine it's gonna stay being square, but it could be like a bit bigger. Oops. The dimension that is the wall. I want this to not point. Okay. I would like to be able to see the whole. That's a bit big. But I want to be able to see the whole window. Something like that maybe. Should be slightly higher up. Sure. Because that also gives more distance between the bottom of the window and where the shadow kind of starts, I guess. Again, this isn't the window itself. I'm just going to be using this in a moment for the kind of reference of where the window is going to be. Maybe actually, before I even do that, I make some of the other sort of placeholder objects. So this is going to be window reference. And then I'm imagining, I guess, based on my image that I don't even have loaded up here. Bring that up. This, but mirrored. I guess I'm going to do a table. And a table that actually has like not just a big, well, it has like an underneath that's empty so that I can see more shadow stuff. So I may as well just kind of copy this table. So like not copy it in shape, not in texture. Yeah, so I'll probably just have like, well, one cube that's going along the whole length of the table, and then cubes for each of the legs. And then maybe I replace that with one single model later. I'm probably not going to do the chair, but I kind of like the idea of making these little like book things, because then it has a little like inset thing, so I can do more lighting stuff. And I can make books like, with simple, more squares. And then I do like these light things. I don't know if I'm going to have the same amount or that many or whatever. This back wall, I might leave blank. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, that's my idea for what I'm doing. Table. And then we'll get some better lighting up in here. It is, yeah, quite dark where this currently is. I mean, may I do, well, just a little bit, real quick. Actually, let me go, or no, let me finish this. Just the table. Let me get the whole dimensions of the table figured out. It could go off screen all the way to the left, imagining that the room is longer and it's just one really big table. Maybe not that big though. Just trying to go this way, yeah. Yeah, let's have it be longer. Which also means I only have to make 2 legs. I don't have to make the legs of the half the table that you can't see. So how far from the wall? Okay, actually, no, there needs to be BRB. All right, fair enough. See you in the moment or whatever. So I want some space for the shadow that's being casted from here. I want like an empty spot of floor to see that. So then the table can begin after that. Else I guess it wouldn't be as tall, so maybe something like this. I guess. Oops. That might be enough, but I'm going to do just a little bit more, something like that. And then how far from the screen? I like there being a bit of space between it. Okay, so this, it's not even a table color. Let's just do that. Let's go table. Just make it kind of a wood-esque color. Kind of like a lighter wood, I guess, for right now. But now I was going to also, it's going through the floor. Okay, now I'm going to make it more table-y by making this thinner, moving it up, and then making legs. Yep. And again, I only need to bother myself with making 2. So let's go 1, no, 0.1, 0.1, and then like 1. Well, actually, if I was going to copy the legs of the other one, the other thing, I guess I'd be doing something like this, maybe. A bit more thickness. No, never mind. Something like that for now. Oh, it's not even touching. I'm just kind of roughing it out for now. If I might make like a quick 3D model of a table where I can then just extrude and then have it all be one connected thing. But for now, this works. Table, you can tell those seams. What? Now it's, oh, it's a seam. Wait, what? Is it because of, I do this? Yeah, this needs to be more in. Okay. Imagine, same with the other side. Okay. Can do. The leg could be a different color, but whatever, it's fine. In fact, actually, I almost think that maybe there could be, there's more legs partway through. So just, I don't know, this is a way of doing a table or something. I don't know, this is a weird table. Okay, let's now make, I'm gonna make my like sort of placeholder lighting thing just so I can at least bake the lighting and have this look better. Even in this like placeholder world. So I think it's gonna be a 1x1 light that we then shrink a lot. So we're gonna make another material. I had this glowing light material from the other thing, but well, I didn't end up using it there. Well, that was just for a different thing. Look, I guess I'll use it here. Interesting. Okay, so this is emissive. I'm gonna have it be mostly white, maybe with a tinge of like yellow. Place a bunch of them. And use them to brighten up a lot of the scene. Well, actually, I don't know how much scene's going to come from the outdoors and how much isn't. Okay, how many of these do I want? Do I want like just a few big ones? Going back to this thing, it has them like this. And I could do that outer thing as well. This has, so 6. Interesting. Interesting. So maybe I kind of do this, yeah. I don't know if these will be casting shadows too much, but they will. I don't know what will provide more lighting, of like the outside lights or these lights. We'll figure that out. So let me go roof light. Put that, well, okay, that's gonna have to be like 2.25, which then means this other one needs to move down 7.5, I guess. So it's probably some similar distance from each other. And now this would need to move maybe some like, no, come on. I don't know if I want this to be like so centered with the camera. I'd almost rather have it purposely not be like that. And then yeah, continue to move this down more. Oh, 0, the perfect distance there? Sure. I guess, although for this to make sense, this now has to, well, I have one more there if I want it to look like it's continuous. I guess this seems to be correct, I suppose. Yeah. All right, now, well, just with this alone, I should be able to bake the lighting and at least see something a little better than what I'm currently looking at. In fact, theoretically, this is going to be a light. Let me go window temp. Have this glow, like this is going to be glowing like a sunlight. Okay, the actual material there could be like that, okay. But I don't know how bright it should be necessarily. So, okay, these office materials. Oh, they're very like that. Okay, I'm just gonna go like that for the moment. Let's go wall tinted like, I don't know, like an office wall color or something. At least just something a bit better than what we currently have. Let me look at my image here. This looks more white, I guess. And it kind of matches the roof color, but then the floor is a darker gray kind of a thing. Oops, didn't actually give the roof its own material. Something like this, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. This table, though, I'll do that to it. Okay, so now let's just see if we can do some things. Oh, yeah, I'm in the table. Oh, these aren't marked as static. That's why they're not getting any lighting. Let me just also bring me out of the table. I mean, I could have me be behind the table, but I'm going to not do that right now. Let me turn you a little bit, just so I'm more facing the camera or something like that. I guess now I get to test some lighting stuff with me being up close or something like that. Let me just do a little bit of this and go a little bit something like generate lighting again. There we go. Doesn't that immediately look better? Wow, actually, it very much, it quite does. Yeah, not me though. Something about me looks a bit strange. Maybe not? Okay. Okay, so now let's make this actual window, shall we? Which actually, if I have an actual exterior area thing, then I might want to actually make a proper skybox. Which most environments will probably have, should have some kind of skybox to them, I would imagine. So, all right, let's make this thing then. Or is this something better done in Blender? Nah, whatever, it's fine. Something like this. It doesn't need to be exact. The closer the better, though. If it was an actual level, I would maybe put more work into making it more exact. For this test, I don't need to invest such time. I'm wasting a lot of time in areas I don't need to be wasting time. So, yeah. Okay, try this then. And this slightly, extends. Yeah, extends further to that way, then it's fine. Okay, now I'm hoping that these things being different things, yeah, you won't be able to tell where the seams are. If so, then I could make an actual model thing where it is all one connected mesh. But I'm going to try not to do that just yet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Let's just do it like that for now. It's fine enough. Just yeah, good enough. So now this I actually won't have, except now out of here there's gonna be some kind of, well, I guess I do need a window that's gonna be clear and transparent probably. So actually now I'm just gonna rename this to window. This will actually be thinner. I actually inset it into the wall slightly by going 0.9. Do a little bit something like that, I guess. This should clear itself up. This should clear itself up the next time I bake, hopefully. So the window itself, let's make it like a, but then kind of transparent. Although if you're seeing on the other side of the window, then I guess I would want some kind of skybox. Should the window itself be clear, not tinted, but then the skybox itself is? I don't know. Why do you have a mission? You shouldn't. Okay. You're gonna see that. That's fine. I'm gonna go red. I'm gonna go more blue. Okay, do that. Now let's make a new skybox. I put the lighting settings here? Why? Okay, didn't mean to do that, I don't think. Wait, hold on. If I go... Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. Put that there. Let's make a new skybox. Interior light skybox. And I guess, well, first I'll just bring all this stuff up so to have all this all exist. So you're 1, 1, 1, I guess. Okay. All right, I need to set this to actually use this diff. So interior lighting settings, environment is going to use this skybox. And I'm going to turn off the fog. Okay, so it should look, I almost, for this, I don't even know, maybe I'd want it to be more of just a solid color or something. Okay, I'm looking for the settings of this again. Okay. Ground. It's just gonna be sky. I don't know what the time of day is, but just gonna go for like a normal morning kind of thing. Unity procedural skyboxes are weird. I can't just like make this the color that I want. It's all by tints and stuff. Like this almost makes me want to just have this be a solid color that is just a sky color for what I want here. Also, I don't know if I'm going to do the sun thing. Okay. Let me, actually one thing that I could do also is just turn on my post-processing and see what that's doing right now. This has to be a lot darker. Ooh, we're getting some interesting things. I'm trying to scatter be very like minimal. I haven't baked the lighting in a little bit. Let me do that. And then play around with this more. I have a lot of things glowing though, so I don't know if I now need the lighting data stuff to be more, to have a higher size. Why are you so blurry? That's not a bloom doing that. Oh, it is. Okay. Wait, why? When you aren't be affecting this that much, are you? Maybe you are. Oh. Maybe you are. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. And I can do this, but I run into that that issue where. Oh, weird. Interesting. Oh, kind of cool. I run into that issue where these things are a lot brighter than everything else. I want to have this like nice square of like what's coming through. You can see a little bit of my like being quick with the walls, but that's okay. All right, this skybox. Most tempted to just like on the camera. Maybe I do just background type solid color. Just do that for this. Like it works enough. Let's get a nice color for it. I do go more towards like an afternoon kind of thing. That'll more have to do with like the color that's like coming into it. Interesting. And now let me just, I don't know, we'll just have this, I guess I'm not really using this, but I'm just going to kind of put this more towards this sort of. Yeah, I guess I'm not really using the skybox though, because even environment lighting, I'm going to just probably give the same color here. Let me see what that's going to do. Okay, it's bleeding in a little bit from over there, but maybe that's okay. Well, because if I properly built like the walls, so there's probably a bit of a gap. If I have there actually be no gap, that probably wouldn't happen. Let me just test something really quick. If I have the ambient colors nothing, what's going to do? That is directly affecting that. Okay, fair enough. It's very much affecting all like the outside stuff though. Interesting. What was that? Oh, that's the table. Okay. Just leave that like that, I guess. Okay. Let's okay, what do I do now? Okay, so okay, that'd be a gradient, but I don't think I'm gonna do that either. So let's set up the actual light that's supposed to be coming in. That's, I think, is the first thing I'm gonna do. So I wanted a, I guess, directional light that is turned. Oh, this skybox is ugly. sky tint. Let's put that white, go back to the kind of normal sky color. Yeah, let's just kind of... Wait, why do you have this like yellow? Huh? What was that supposed to be set to? Okay, if I make a new one, what's it should match kind of the default skybox. What do you look like as a default color? Material, do this, and go skybox procedural. Okay, so default thing is wait, what is 1? What? Default atmosphere thickness is 1. Oh, the sky tint being, I guess, is this color. By just copying these values, I don't have to like reset up like the skybox thing itself. But I guess I'm basically just going to copy default Unity skybox thing for now. Exposure 1.3. Okay. Sure. And I'd like this ground color to be like a bit more. Nope. Any change I go to make to that makes it look kind of worse. Whatever. And then but I'll keep the no sun. Okay, so now this directional light. Turn gizmos back on. Even though the position of this doesn't matter, I'm just gonna kind of position it by this window because this is meant to be what this is. I could try doing this with like maybe an area light or something, but I was gonna try doing it with a directional light just to see. So why can't I see the gizmo for this? I didn't what? And disable it by accident because the light is on. I don't know. I'm seeing the one for that. That's weird. Whatever. It's fine. Whatever. Actually, no, it's bothering me. Just more so because I don't know why it's happening. And I'd like to know. Okay, I made a new one and now it's showing up. Sure. Whatever. Let me go like this. Because then I can also now just see the gizmo for what way it's going, which is what I want. Oh, hi, how's everything been? Hello, Austin. Interesting. We've been doing a lot of, right now we're doing a lot of experimenting with lighting stuff. Let me show you a thing that's cool. This over, let's hope this didn't break. This is something that we made. Just mainly experimenting with lighting stuff. This is looking pretty neat. Pretty fancy schmancy. And now we're working on setting up good lighting in a scene that's more well lit, but also interior. And then I'm going to try making like an exterior scene that looks well lit. And doing a lot of stuff there. Yeah, that's how this is going. So right now specifically I have this, what I kind of want it to be like a window here that I want to be casting a nice perfect square shadow would be cool. So that's what I'm in the middle of doing right this moment. So let me tilt this down quite a lot. Let's go 60. And then, except I'm not seeing no shadows. Oh, there we go. Ah, okay, less than 60. Yes. Make it perfectly aligned like that. Very cool indeed. And then I would like to experiment with some camera shader stuff just to try and make things look more visually unique. But I don't know what I'm going to do with that at the moment. Oh, interesting how that works. Yeah. And I can have this be more of a color. Not like that, more like that. Interesting. And I could take that, I think, with my post-processing and... Here, actually, let me bake the lighting after having done that. Let's see what that's going to do. Interesting. Oh, okay. I can get some glow with that. Fascinating. Although, I've run into a problem where, like, how bright this is for then how dark everything else is doesn't really match up. So my solution to that would be to darken these, and then, or darken this stuff and then brighten it all in post-processing, potentially. Or basically, either darken the lights or... No, yeah, probably darken the lights. Yeah, okay. There's different things I could do, but what this is the thing I will do, I guess. This glowing light material, let's make it a lot darker. I guess. Something like that. I don't know what color I'm really going for, but have this be more light like this. Ooh. Interesting. Yes. Okay, so do that and then bake it. Oh, right. I forgot that this was providing a lot of the room's color. Interesting. Well, I don't want it to be that blue. I wanted this to be more white, I guess. Let's try that again. Makes sense, though. That's how that would work. Although I'd almost like these to look bluer than how much they are actually coloring, providing the light stuff. So in doing that, oh, I have a point light that I meant to get rid of. Oh, that makes that a lot darker. Here, here's what I'm gonna do. Actually, these lights. Oh, that doesn't line up. I thought it did. First of all, let me get these to line up better. Duplicate these again. In a way that's good enough. And put more behind the camera. Makes sense that there's no lights behind the camera, so that's not gonna... No light... Like, that's not gonna, yeah, look that good. Now, there might be... Well, it's gonna be a lot of emissive things, but maybe that'll be fine. Let's see. And these are marked as static. Yep. It's brighter. Okay. So also, this is what things are looking like without post-processing. This is what it's looking like with post-processing. So now let's adjust things. Ah, that's... There we go. Now it's all very bright. Interesting. Sort of what I can do with this. Yep. Okay. So let me play around with... Okay, turn down the intensity of the bloom. So, so this is how this is looking. I'm going to turn off not have a vignette on this scene because it's meant to be brighter or something like that. So with bloom, turn up the scatter. That's that. That's what that can do. Ah. Okay, no. This is very... Yeah, This isn't giving me much bloom on that area. Nor is it really tinted much. Also, this does this at a point. Yeah, there's just a lot of me playing around and just trying to see what can do cool things. Trying to just get this to be looking good while being well lit. Well, this is not going too well. But this was working before, wasn't it? Oh, I had this on the wrong side. Oh, had this. Yeah, I had this on the wrong side of what I thought it should be doing. Okay. So this does this. Okay, yeah, that does things. That is very quick to make whatever this is, which I don't want. It's also, I'd like this to be a darker orange, and this is maybe it. I like the bit of whatever that is, like scattering that it's doing, but not being that intense. On the directional line, I could make that brighter, make it a bit more orange, make it not actually that much brighter. Set to soft shadows. I'm not seeing the shadows there being that soft. Okay. Have the change the skybox a little bit more too. The window itself, maybe make it also a little bit less transparent. Tint it. It's not doing too much though. After doing that, let me just generate the lighting again. This is all very dark, which is not something that I want. I could give it some post-exposure and then tone down the bloom. Or maybe it's like the guy looks too like not lit enough before. Like it's like I want to darken the environment but brighten up the guy. This is being not so good. Also turn down like a lot of this other stuff with the lighting stuff. I don't know. Okay, this is not looking so good. And I'm not sure what would be the best thing to go about. Better models would be one thing that might help with this. But it's something I can experiment with. Oh, it's 11:30. I should probably stop the stream soon. I got stuff to do tomorrow, so I gotta be early. So I'm probably gonna end things off here for now, and then maybe I will continue this at another point in time. Let me drag this box back in here. This was at what? Oh. Oops, when I duplicated that cube, I gave it the wrong material. Did that mean that actually everything in that other scene broke? I think so. Not broke. Sorry, those cubes specifically have the wrong material. Let me just double check that. Yep, they do, and I didn't even notice. I was like, yeah, something's missing here. I guess I got to test transparent objects, I guess. But, yeah, Let me bring that back. Huh, this is hard. This is very, very hard. Jeez. How do I get this to look better? I will play around with this. One thing I can do is this. Ooh, everything has a bit of fog. Ooh. And I didn't end up going for that green thing that I said I might go and try and do, but maybe I'll do that in another thing. Nah, I'm not gonna do this right now. Let me see what ambient occlusion I can get out of that. Oh, my foot's through the floor. That's something I should not have. Ambient occlusion also is only going to be something on baked things. That's something. Let me just see real quick, actually, how ambient occlusion will affect this scene. So I'm curious of that. Oh, this guy's not going to stay that bright, right? 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 Okay. I don't know if that made much of a difference, but I think ambient occlusion is something that I want. Although maybe with, I don't know if I want more ambient occlusion or less or something like that. Darn, yeah, this might be something I just have to do more research on or whatever. I don't know why this is looking so garbage. Something I will have to play around with and all that. Let me put this this here. Shouldn't be this hard to get things that look good. And yes, I know that like better models would be one major step towards this, but mainly it's like the shadows and stuff that are just not good. And should I have another light that's like where the camera's casting forward? Maybe, I don't know. Oh, whatever. I think I need to stop things for today. So out of time. So I will continue this another time. Although actually my next it's gonna be a little bit before I can stream again. Well, no. Maybe Friday night or maybe Saturday. But then I do have some other work, some other school stuff I need to get done. So I don't know if I'll stream that or not. We'll see. It's gonna mainly depend how much of it's programming related that I want to stream or whatever. We'll see. But anyways, I think we're gonna end things off for today, and then we'll let me end things off on the other scene. But this one's definitely the one that's looking better currently. Funny enough, I thought the well-lit thing would be easier, but no, that's not being the case right now. But anyways, I guess we'll continue that at another point in time. So anyways, I think that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Rest of outro. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Bye and all that. Yeah.